Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Make sure everything's working well. Testing, testing. What's up? What's up? We're going to be here a little while today. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be here a little while doing some live trading. What's up? What's up? Let me pop out the chat so I can see what's haps. What's a haps? Chat. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Good morning. Good morning. From New York to the world. Okay, we want a live chat so I can see your chat in real time. Then I want to pop this thing out. There we go. We're going to be trading. We're going to be here for a while. Welcome, welcome. Well, let's get it. I could probably... Can I even do that? No. Wait, let me see. Chart. Yeah, that's as big as it's going to let me do. No, I can go bigger. Okay. Chop off the extra stuff. Well, you might want to see the pair on the side. Nah, you could see that on the chart, right? And we'll just go back to where it was. What are you messing around? Good morning, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it may be in your place and time. Welcome, welcome. A couple of things today. Well, of course, we're live testing this strategy that I showed last week. And that will be coming up in 3 minutes as far as when you're able to look for that opportunity. Again, quick review of what that is, right? It's the first hour of London. I actually found somebody. I'll talk about that later. First hour of London session, low to high. And that's what we have marked here, low to high. Pound yen, pound dollar. This is the open, low to high, first hour. So we got 3 minutes left on this hour, and then we'll see what kind of entry it might want to give based on the strategy that we are testing live. Wixie, Furry, welcome. Let's see what happens today. We'll see. Testing of this strategy. Like I said, I've been trading it a while on my small account. It's been profitable. I'm almost ready to do this on my main account. I wanted to get into the nitty-gritty of trying a new setup. It's new as far as the levels I'm working off of and the time of day and certain things involved in the setup, that stuff. But as far as the decision to enter the trade, in what direction, the management of the trade, well, the management is still, I guess we're sort of figuring that out. But the rest of it, most of this is what I already do. It's just taking advantage of an opportunity that may show up, particularly with this situation. Marking the low to high of the first hour of London session. But if you're watching this in the future, you can watch the last stream. What was that? Last week. For the first test run and full explanation of the trade. But that's really it. Mark the low to high, right? We get outside of these levels, below or above these levels we have marked from the first hour. And when that tells us what the market wants to do for a little while. if it's a real breakout, if it's a fake breakout, right, we use volume and we see what's going on. Somebody, Kyle, went and, hi Kyle, if you're here watching, he tried it out, back tested, he's trying it live, I suppose testing on a demo, and well, he found that it was, over the course of a month, 75% win rate. But, you know, we want to really test it live and get down some of these details, trying to figure out normally how big the take profit is. It's yesterday, we were looking at that yesterday, the setup, and I didn't trade it and I didn't stream. It was not only a Monday, which can be fine, but it was a Columbus Day in the U.S., bank holiday U.S. I mean, the pound is the pound, but I figured we may have a smaller range day. It may pop out, come back in range. Who knows? When it comes to this particular setup, you want the more regular the day, the better. That's what I'm seeing. Today is very regular. There's some medium news, nothing big, right? It's a Tuesday. We're in October. It's a very regular day. What's up? What's up? So we'll see if we get above. That's the first thing we're doing here. We'll see what else. Above or below our levels that we've marked. First hour of London Open on the pound yen and the pound dollar. Low to high of that first hour. If we get outside of these levels, we'll look at our opportunity to enter. That's it. What? Well, yeah, you know, on this trade. I noticed yesterday's trade, I was going to say about that on the bank holiday. It moved about, 20-something pips, the pound yen, pound dollar, give or take, and then reversed. So it did do its thing. It seemed to go pretty much right into profit. But I don't think that's a good measure of, you know, then you have your average range. You can go down a rabbit hole about figuring out targets, but I don't think a Monday bank holiday is a good measurement. Technically, if I was trading this on my real account, I don't think I would have taken it yesterday. Bank holiday now. I want to stick with, again, the regular days. The trade we took last week on this setup moved probably, I'm guessing, 40 pips or something like that before it really reversed. I mean, not in a straight line. You know, it zigzags and does its thing, but it never had any drawdown besides a little break test continuation, and then off it went, right? I think it hung out around break even, came back, and then continued. But we saw it get up to, I don't know, roughly 20, 25 pips during that session, but it did go further. So we'll see what it does today. You know, as far as background analysis and all that, of course it doesn't hurt, but, you know, that's the rules of the trade. They're very simple. Of course I want to look to the left, what's going on. Now we already see today, I'll go back to that in a second, some buying off of that low of the session so far. Yeah, I can mark up all kinds of stuff here. I could draw a fib from this low to high and worry about selling into a fib zone. I'll make myself worry. Once I'm in the trade, I'm going to want to draw that, so I might as well just do it. Bam. Fib zone right on the chart. You don't have to draw the box. It's amazing. Somebody showed me that. I had to set that up. 50 to 618 levels as a zone. So if we end up taking a short, we want to be aware of that. You know, these kind of things. AU, as far as general analysis or applying this type of trade, which are you asking about? I mean, can you do this on the AU, maybe on their market open an hour in? Sometimes it moves that time of day, sometimes it doesn't. But let me know if you're asking if you can apply this particular trade to Australian US, or you're asking just generally for analysis. Because we could do an overall analysis too. You know, this trade aside, we can do whatever today. See what kind of opportunities there are. So let's see. I have been scalping the crap out of the euro dollar, like insane. Maybe we should do some of that. Kind of hard to scalp live. It's like, I'm in, I'm out. General analysis. Okay, looks like there is sell entry. Be ready. Okay, so general analysis. Yeah, I just don't want to miss the entry. I got to keep an eye on that for the pound stuff. But yeah, of course, let's do general analysis. I can go quickly through what I do, my steps for my analysis. Okay, we're right in the middle of the range. I don't have to worry about it setting up in a minute. If it does, it still has to be a 5-minute close outside the range before entry anyway, so at least. Let's go back and see what's happening. Obviously, we are looking at strong U.S. dollar. The dollar index is driving everything down. I like when the U.S. dollar and the yen drive the market. You get cleaner moves. So it's this strong dollar, number one, that's driving down the dollar pairs, right? Just to know where are we, what's going on. Now, if you're in a downtrend from a day-to-day point of view, which we obviously are, and we have not seen any strength, if that we're continuing as far as high volume strength, right? Then we are continuing to go with that trend. Just kind of running through, summarizing my method, right? Especially at the lower prices. What have we seen lower prices? Today, we're not going to expect to see high volume yet. But yesterday's low price, it was actually, this sort of maneuver is typically catching stops on shorts and is not a sign of strength by any means. So hope that wasn't you. You sold here and that got your stop. Yeah. So we're continuing to look short, yes, on the dollar pairs. It's that simple. We're trending down and we haven't seen anything near climactic volume off of the lows. Actually, have we seen much this week yet? No. Yesterday, the bank holiday, U.S., and today early. So we haven't really seen the volume. Most likely, template-wise, if the market just wants to be perfect, which of course it is sometimes and it isn't, then we'll move up today, right? We'll see weakness, right? Ideally at a predetermined area. And then we'll look to, this is the overall, my main method, and look to short off weakness. Now, if we're talking about going with a trend, I don't need 1 hour weakness, like really high volume on a 1 hour. I can see that on a small time frame. If you wait for the whole hour, you could end up missing your entry, right? And then you need the next candle to confirm. If you're talking about VSA, so you need 2 hours. That stuff I worry about when I'm reversing the trend. Then you want to wait. So looking for shorts on a retracement, markup levels for that. And so that applies. You asked about AU. That applies to all the dollar pairs because that strong U.S. dollar driving everything down, right? As far as the yens, are they the same? And that is the best condition for the market when you have correlation between at least all 6 of the, beyond. The point is the U.S. dollar and the yen are driving the market. And right now they're both strong and they're similarly strong. So we're just simply looking to sell here. If we look at the dollar yen itself, then we'll actually get an idea of between the two that are strong, which is stronger, and it's the U.S. dollar. All right, so you see that there. So that's the situation going in today. We have a really strong U.S. dollar. We don't have any sort of reversal on that in sight. We want to try to get with it. And that means looking for weakness on the U.S. pairs right here on the up move, right? So, a typical day for me, I'm looking for now, of course, testing the pound trade. We're looking for that, see if that sets up. So there's the general analysis. Really easy. If you know my method and what I generally trade besides these other types of trades, the main deal, it's up moves and weakness. And we can, of course, draw up those levels as far as where we're going to, be testing for sellers if we move up, where that may happen. Perfect day here would be, it doesn't have to be this, but based on probabilities and what could be, here we go, would be we get in a long trade on the pound, right? This first test trade. Then we ride that out until we hit high volume weakness, right? You know where I'm going with this. Get the hell out of that and short. All the while scalping the euro dollar on the 1 minute chart. Unless I'm in a euro dollar trade, then it's kind of hard to do. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Hey, hey, hey. We're trading live. So now that it's 10 minutes after the hour, we have the pound dollar, pound yen potential entry to look for. If you happen to be new here, I've been trading a long time. My channel's been around forever. But what I'm bringing now is a new twist on the entry that I normally do. It's an additional trade right in the toolbox. Additional opportunity. And I'm testing that on a side account. When I'm confident with that, so far so good, then I'll do it on my main account. And I'm sharing that for free. So we're looking for a breakout of the London session, first hours low to high. Oh, I was going to say, which is, fine and good that I found this. I found somebody talking about this trade, which is really weird because I wasn't looking for it. So, I don't know. The frickin' algorithm's getting too smart, and it suggested me a dude. And I'm going through his videos. I should share this channel because everything I've seen from this guy, I agree with. He knows what he's talking about. I'll share a link to his YouTube. But he talked about this trade. He was talking about very similar and talking about the not entering at the market open, which of course we know. Everything this guy says, I agree with. I'll share the link to his YouTube. He's saying, of course, you don't want to enter right at London Open, which I never do, of course. I was saying in the last stream, that's the worst time of day, right here, enter a trade. Bad idea. And he goes, you can wait, at least wait 15 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. And he's like, you can mark the low to high of the, first 15-minute candle or whatever this, and then look to trade outside. I'm like, is he going to say it? He goes, some traders mark the first hour of the market open and then trade outside those levels or the fake break of those levels. There it is. Okay. Or I don't know if he said some trade or whatever. So he mentioned it. So I didn't invent it. Okay, I didn't invent it. But, and of course I'm having that thought. If I see it, other people see it too. Come on. But it's just something that showed up on the chart by looking at it anyway. It's not like I was, in some crazy new territory looking for some new type of trade that's never been discovered. I'm really not worried about that. But this one popped up and became obvious. So yeah, not surprised other people have seen it. So we're looking at a breakout here, maybe to the upside. Now we did see strength earlier, but I still would have shorted if that strength hadn't shown up on another attempt. But here we are with some strength early in the session. These are the market opens. I think this was news for the euro here. This is the London Open, so I really don't read too much into this volume spike at all. I rather read into what happens as a result of the opening volume, which is what we're doing. And we'll look for this trade. Welcome, welcome. Hey, the chat's rocking. Mr. Mark. Long time. Good to see you back. Thank you. I hear you are recovering from, thank you, right surgery, yes. It's called Initial Balance, First Hour Range. Okay. It's been named. Yeah, I didn't invent it by any means. There you go. Initial balance. Okay. It's how a former bank dealer taught me to trade as well. No shit. Most of the time, oh, there goes my monetization. Most of the time, the breakout gives direction for the day too. Yeah, if it's a real, see, that's the thing. For sure. At least direction. If it's not for the day, it's like for a little while. Enough. Curious on your thoughts on Bitcoin. Sure, we'll get to that. So that's interesting. Okay, yeah. It's just something I noticed looking at the charts. Cool. What was I going to say? I forgot. Okay, let's see. 1 minute until this closes. See, the GU is trying to poke out, and the pound yen isn't. That's that weak U.S. dollar. Weak U.S. dollar for the moment. Wait a second. All right, cool. That's what we want. Then we want to turn later, right? Okay, exactly. A perfect day would be this long trade, hitting weakness up high, get the heck out, and short weakness, whether it's a pound or a euro or whatever, against the dollar, and maybe the yen too. They're similar. And catch that move down, mark up some levels for that trade too. But of course, that's kind of the template. I'm not the only one thinking that for today, but we'll see. If the chart says no, it's something else altogether, then you got to believe it, right? So we didn't make it on the first attempt to break there, but that's not a lot of volume. That's not scaring me out of going long if we get out of here. Oh, that's what I was going to say about the trade is that, like, for example, I saw somebody back testing, which is a similar concept, the Asia high to low Asia range, right? And then you get into London and the break or fake break. So he was talking about the fake break of the Asia range, right? Once you get into London session and going, right? So it pops out to the upside, comes back into the range, or not even that. He was talking about it pops out to the upside and you immediately sell because 57% of the time in his back testing, it'll come down and go at least to the middle or the bottom of the range if it's a fake break of Asia range. So he's just selling, not he's doing it, but he's showing the trade and showing the back testing, like results. Saying, yeah, 57% of the time, a little more than half, it's tiny edge, you're going to see. But if you go higher than 1-to-1 risk reward, maybe it'll work, But the fake breakout of the Asia range, but not considering that volume will tell you if it's likely to be a fake break or not. So I'm looking at this going, okay, if that's 57%, what if you use volume to decide is this a fake breakout or not? Is it a stop hunt, liquidity hunt thing, or it's really going in that direction? Volume will tell you that, right? So I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, wait, that London thing, so I pieced it together like that. And again, like if you combine that concept of breaking out of key levels, whatever it is, and you apply the volume thing to it to tell you is it a real breakout or not, like you get a really straight answer most of the time and a nice high probability move. That's what gets everybody. They're saying, oh, this is likely to be a fake breakout, this is likely to be a real breakout based on some analysis, but they're not seeing the volume, which is the best thing to tell you that. Let me go back to the chat. Interesting is mark the IBs from past two, and they will always become important zones in the future. Mm-hmm. The 4-hour open and closes often attract ultra high volume. Mm-hmm. It's like whatever people are looking at. It's not hard to figure out what people are doing. The thing is, like, I spent a lot of time in my own world, but then I also now ventured out and I wanted to see what other traders are doing. I mean, there are traders that are, they know what they're doing now. It's not this pile of shit out there that, there are some that kind of pop through. And I just, out of interest, like, what are they doing? And what was I going to say? I got to eat so I can think. But what I found for the most part is okay, we're not breaking out. There's no trade yet. Is that there's nothing new under the sun, really. I'm like, oh, what are they doing with that? Oh, it's the same thing. It's a different name. Gold? Sure, we'll look at everything. We've got a little time here. We're back in the middle of the range. Somebody asked about Bitcoin first. As far as what I'm doing is only holding my swing trades. I'm holding my longs. I'm hodling. That's it. I bought the down in this area as much as I'm willing to buy. There was plenty of time and opportunity to do that. In this 19 area, and I'm not doing anything. If it goes lower, I'll buy more. As far as any analysis, because I'm not even worried about it. It's got to move. It's been this 1920 for so long range that I'm not even thinking about it. Go to the 4 hour. Don't need all these lines. Why can't I? There we go. Oops. What am I clicking? Yep. The crypto's going to go somewhere, that's for sure. Again, analysis-wise, I'm not even worried about it. Is there a buying and accumulation down here? Of course there is. Huge buying. Oh, that's off of this candle. Oh, okay. That's off of this candle. I'm totally not. I haven't been looking at this. Again, as long as it's in this range, I'm just holding my swing longs. That's it. I don't know. I got no analysis. There's nothing to do. I'm not day trading it. Daily chart? I don't freaking know. It's nothing to do. I'm not day trading it. It's not good for day trading, right? Look at that thing. This is this range. You could buy off a low, sell high, whatever. If I had to take a guess just for fun, having looked at charts for so long, it's going to go to the downside one more time. It's going to get to like 14, 12, scare the frickin' shit out of everybody, and then we'll go to 100,000. Come on. It was important yesterday. Right? Who knows? That's just a guess. Shakeout buying, exactly. You said it already. If that's what we were talking about, yeah. Come on, same old shit. If the big money expects an uptrend, what do? They sell. They panic everybody out. Everybody panics, sells, and they'll buy it right up. And they'll get a ton of Bitcoin at like 12, 11. And then it'll bounce. It won't get to 10 because that'll be too easy. It'll get to 11. Those looking to do something at 10 won't get their chance. All right, no. I'm just making things up at this point. I just, the trickery of things. Watch it pop down before it finally goes into its uptrend. Same old tricks. All right, keeping an eye on this for the live trade, testing this method with this particular entry. We know the method's good. But yeah, we're sitting in the middle of the range, so nothing to do. Waiting for the setup. Oh, the run to 4K. Oh, epic. Yes, epic. Now, I didn't buy at 4K. I'm not crazy. But I must have bought it like, 6.5, 7. I'm not about to brag that I bought it 4 or 5. No, I didn't. He's talking about, I could tell you the month. It's May 2020, right? Or March. Wait. No, March. March 2020 you're talking about. And yeah, I think I bought around 7. But what's funny is, yeah, my course came out like 2 days before that drop. And so I told everybody who had just bought the course, I'm like, this is good. You're so lucky now to be getting into Bitcoin right now. Ethereum at 700. Wow. Years before, yeah. You can brag about that. Shit. Let's see where we're going to go. We'll likely break into the upside just because of this high volume rejections off the low. And the highs are not seeing anything as far as volume. So we're likely breaking out to the upside. Usually this trade sets up pretty early, within the first 20 minutes or so, half hour. But we're sitting in the middle of the range today. That tells you something. We have a slow open for the pound. Not much happening. No news today, is there? For the pound, that was medium impact a couple hours ago. Okay. Light stuff today. Yeah, light news. Oh, you closed at 1K. That hurts. Where can we find your complete course? On my website, myfxsource.com. That's where my course is. It's like 13 hours as far as the complete course, yeah. Seems market might be waiting on CPI tomorrow and U.S. data. Yeah. I don't want a whole day of waiting. Let's see. I haven't checked out the rest of the week. Tomorrow, okay, you got all the pound stuff tomorrow. GDP, U.S. Oh God, inflation again. Oh God, we're getting more inflation numbers. Retail sales Friday. I guess the next real marker for the economy is the holiday shopping. If it doesn't happen, if these companies don't get out of the red, shit's gonna hit the fan. Barcoding, I didn't know that term till recently. It's funny that you say it because I'm like, oh yeah. Barcoding, that's a good one. But yeah, we got the data coming out. Okay. It's a very regular day, but that's the downside of a regular day. It's not big news to move things. But things have been moving. We'll move. It's friggin' October. I should have made a fresh coffee. I'm going to sit here drinking my cold coffee from 2 hours ago. So we're looking for this setup to occur. And we'll see about the entry and what it looks like and how to deal with that once again today. Now, one version of this trade, which is the rejection, seems to set up in my testing, seems to set up much less as far as the rejection, but it has. So again, we may break to the upside here, for example, and if we get high volume and close back into the range, that's a short. It's likely going back to the bottom of the range, and that's a very basic trade, right? Nothing fancy about that. We just happen to be working off these levels. But yeah, last time we saw that the volume was very average on the break, so of course that's an entry. So we could go the other way today. Who knows if we're ranging supply and demand close together or whatever it is. But it's all about seeing which way you're going once you get outside. Like I was saying, I've seen other traders use this kind of thing and they get a slight edge. But you got to use volume. It's like, how do you know the difference between a stop liquidity hunt fake break trap move and a real breakout? Yeah, you can look at the candles and how they close, certainly. But really, it's volume. And that stop hunt stuff is going to create high volume. The price is going to jump around. Typically on real breakouts, it's kind of dipping its toe in the water and see if anything's coming in against it. And it doesn't. So it goes on its merry way. And that's not going to show high volume, right? That should be average volume. Why don't you see candlestick charts? Oh, I used to use candles. I kind of switched maybe earlier this year. Yeah. But like I say, it's funny how people ask about that. It's the same information, right? The spread, the low to high, right? Spread, and the close. Either one is going to tell you. Now, in some markets, you may want to know the open. And you can get that on your chart as well, somewhere in there on the settings. I can see the open. But, yeah, you get a little line here that shows the open going to the left side sticking out. But when talking about forex, yeah, it's the same price as the last candle closed. Or 0.1 pip different. Like, there's no difference. It's too liquid. There's no gaps in between, right? So I like just not even looking at it. So again, it's always that you gotta have some patience. Can't be in this range all day. Well, we can, but probably not. Mr. Mark, hit the nail on the head, Pete. Thank you. My favorite setup, too, is seeing low volume push up in Asia. High percentage of the time it sells off in London or U.S. session if it's going with the bigger trend. When weakness appears, it always appears on up bars. Yes. Yes. Exactly. What's cool is now, again, I've been just kind of like venturing out and looking at what other traders are doing. I feel like an old man. It's one of the kids listening to these days. And what's cool is really good, finally. It only took, 15 years of online trading things going on for this to finally get its ass together. But it's people that are using, you can use volume, like I'm using, let's say, for example, and not be a VSA trader. Okay, I'm a VSA trader because I have volume on my chart. That means I trade by master of the markets, and I maybe have the software from Trade Guider, which is a dumbed down version of what your actual brain can do. It doesn't have to be that. There could be elements of understanding VSA or supply demand, or looking at volume in your candles. Call it whatever you want, and then mix that with other concepts. Mix that with other things, and have a complete understanding and approach. It doesn't have to be one thing. I'm a Wyckoff trader, or I'm a whatever the hell. But you got to avoid the trap stupid videos. They're out there. See if I can recommend anybody. Me. Just saying, I just want to know what the hell's going on. There's no label for the type of trading I'm doing. I could scalp the 1 minute chart. I could swing trade a 4 hour chart, whatever. It's all the same. That's the thing. I almost want to scalp the 1 minute chart today and show you how you have Wyckoff phases playing out in 1 hour, instead of taking 4 days or 2 weeks. It's just sped up. It's kind of fun. Let me go back here. Have I checked out ICT? Oh my God. We're doing this again, huh? I gotta watch what I say. No. Hell no. All right, that's my answer. That is my answer. Hell no. Hell no. No. All right, let's move on. One of the better TA approaches okay. Nothing beats Wyckoff through VSA and level 2 order. Yes. Well, Wyckoff, VSA, or some other dude that maybe never got famous, probably noticed on his own too. Anyone who knows what the hell's going on. Yeah. Anyone who knows what's going on, right? It's just what's happening, Wyckoff, Tom Williams, they became, well known for sharing factual information about how the market works, and therefore they're kind of attributed to it. So when you're doing something right, it's Wyckoff, it's VSA. It's just correct if you want to know what the hell's going on, right? But we call it that. I've been mixing it with Rhythmic and Bookmap. Oh, okay, cool. So there you go. You have your own twist on things. Yeah. Yeah, he trades on 1 minute. I've seen the videos. Yeah. A scalp demonstration demo of the 1 minute would be good. Sure. Yeah. I'll never forget. I don't know, 2007-ish, when I discovered Mr. Gavin Holmes on YouTube, and this guy said, "It's like you remember where you are when it happened." He goes, "Weakness appears on up bars. If you want to know about professional selling, the market has to move up." And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? That's the most ass backwards thing I ever heard, right? And then once it clicked. Yeah, of course. And that applies to any market, right? If prices go up, it attracts sellers. Or at least it tells you about them. If it doesn't attract them, that says something too. Like right there. If it doesn't attract sellers, that tells you something, right? Either way, it tells you something. You can't get away with it. This flat volume into this new high on a 5 minute chart tells you this trend is more likely to continue, this higher high, higher low thing, than it is to reverse. That's just one piece of information. But factually, no increase in selling. There weren't a lot of shorts with stops right here, right? No. I love how I say it's like playing music that charts. Yeah, exactly. Me too. Took a few months for the penny to drop. Yeah, it's like reading sheet music. There you go. Of course, master the markets. Yes. But there were some confusing parts too, and some things I had to work out. But anyway, it got me on track. Finally. Yeah. About 2007. Hello, Pete. Glad to be able to follow your live stream. Welcome. Will this also be uploaded on YouTube channel? Yes, it will. Media manipulation. Yes. It's so funny. That's definitely real. Fake news? Never heard of it. They don't tell the truth. Yeah, that's part of trading too. I mean, that's something, even if you're not into conspiracies or something, whatever. You got to notice. You know what Elon did with Twitter was freaking genius, man. God, the level of genius. Oh my God. You know I'm holding some Twitter stock right now. Yeah, the BP. Right. And that's with anything. I mean, any panic situation, whether it's 2020 panic, oil spill for BP, right? Whatever it is, you have a one simple choice to make when things are tanking, and that choice is not to sell because you missed it. The choice is, you know what I mean. When it's panicky, the choice is to either buy or make a decision that this is never coming back. It's over. Was it over for Bitcoin when it was at 4,000 in 2020? Of course it wasn't over. You buy. I did that recently, maybe I think it was 2 months ago. I bought Spotify. Spotify went to a new all-time low. And again, I'm thinking, is Spotify going away? Things are replacing it. Other streaming services are becoming bigger and replacing it. Or is this the bargain of a lifetime? And I bought. They got Joe Rogan. It's still Spotify. It's still number one, at least in the United States. That's what people go to. Sorry, I'm just blabbing right now. Where am I? Earth. Twitter, yeah, pure genius. Watch and learn, man. Shit. God damn. He does, he is a rocket scientist. Like, what are you, rocket science? It ain't rocket science. Yes, it is rocket science with him. Jeez. Yeah, some of the EV electric vehicle companies, chips, yeah. There's probably even government subsidies going to these. I'm not into the whole getting into stocks and as far as like those types of circumstances. But yeah, if electric vehicles never work out, or at least in their current form, or half the companies fail that are trying to do it, maybe there'll be a bubble. You still got some time. About 2 years. Started trading individual stocks more. I wasn't either. So I recently regard stocks. Yeah, I just swing trade. You know, like I said with Spotify, I just do that stuff. I do not buy high, or obviously now as things have come down, I'm going to be looking for opportunities. I don't feel like right now is even the time yet. I want to see how the year ends. I want to see where we are in January. December, you never know. You may end up really with a big down move in markets that gets hugely bought up. And then that'll be my time, I'm stalking it. Top stocks that have, you scan. Okay, yeah. Right, you got the scanner thingy, yeah. You get like high volume alerts and stuff, yeah. I feel like, though, that's a whole world that I can't do half-ass. I mean, you probably can, obviously, just trade off the chart, but without fundamentals. I don't know when the freaking earnings reports are and all this shit. I don't care. I don't want to do that. Dollar is overvalued. Oh, that's for sure. Yes. You think now is the time? It might be. Yes, you very well might be correct about that. So again, have some good discussions, I think. Welcome to the stream. We are doing whatever we want today. Right. First thing is we're looking for a trade on the pound. That is based on the low to high of the first hour of this session. We have that marked, but we're sitting in the range, so we can't do anything. Again, the last stream we saw that setup, entered the trade, and talked about what it's supposed to do and not do and how you're supposed to get in and all that stuff, and where you put your stop loss. So we're looking to do it again. Eventually, when we get out of the range. Put on some music, roll a doobie. Should we scalp the 1 minute? So if you look at the chart today, based on the indicators, what? Get out of here, man. I'm leaving. All right, hear me out. This guy's talking about indicators. If you look at the indicators, giving you a direction. You know, red means down. You got 4 of them technically. These 2 at the bottom and these 2. If you look at the indicators giving you your trading direction, right? Where's the best place to enter today? That's easy, right? So we'll start from here. Once the downtrend is established, obviously, what's the best entry? Right there. The scalp entries, right? These are the pullbacks. Okay, and then we have a trend change, which this is going right into London session. I wouldn't have an open trade right here. Trend change. Where's the best places to get in, right? The pullbacks. The very best, right here, here, right? You don't need indicators to tell you the trend. This is lower highs and lower low structure. This is higher highs, higher low structure. Here it made a lower high. And that does matter to me, structure, even on the smaller time frames. But, you know, the indicators are just giving you an average. They're dumb. But it kind of can keep you in line as far as scalping in the direction of the, I mean, even if you go to the 1 minute chart. This guy's talking about indicators. I'm leaving. You go to the 1 minute chart, and a lot of times on pullbacks, you'll get a trend change color alert, so to speak. And just knowing that, and knowing that beneath that, right, it needs to behave a certain way. Right, so the pullbacks. Now, of course, this is how I scalp, and everybody knows this, and I have a scalp course. So it's on the 5 minute chart, and I scalp, you know, the pullbacks, right? But what really gives you the edge and makes you profitable at it is knowing what the hell's going on. Still, I'm not buying and selling on the indicators, right? You got a short there that's just terrible, unless you got out right there, right? You got lots of. Here's a short. Well, at least this one turned red, and you get the point. Some of them are good, though. Knowing which ones to take and which not. But what the hell's going on? Of course, the volume's going to tell you. And also, where are the stop losses? I don't know if I talk enough about that. And what is everybody thinking? And why do traders approach the chart where they're trying to figure out what the smart winning traders did and then try to get with it instead of being one of those traders, having the damn balls to buy when price is coming down and sell when price is moving up? Why can't you be the first guy? F it. Because you know they're going to do it. Get that good price, right? If you're wrong, get out for 7 pips. Get out. You get the best price. Why not? Wait for weakness to confirm this, that, and the other. Yeah, that works for what it is in general trading with larger stops. But scalping the 1 minute chart, you get that good price. If there's a chance that if you're coming up to a resistance that had huge selling, you're hitting it again, the price is jumping, you know that volume's going to be up, you get in there. After the 1 minute close, get in. If you're wrong, get out for 8 pips. If you're right, you get 12. There's your scalp. Get 10. All right. We could look at that. And it is Wyckoff on a 1 minute chart. It's all fractal, right? It's the same thing within the same thing within the same thing. Don't want to miss the setup today on the pound. Got to keep watching that. Okay, we'll go back to the 5 minute. Too zoomed in on that. Oh, here we go. We'll see if we get out there. So a nice test of the resistance that we need to break in order to see this trade entry. Slight increase in volume doesn't scare me. It's low. It's good. It's let it take its time and find out what's going on with sellers. That's good. Let's see what the 1 minute says about that top. Nothing scary as far as volume. Typically, and I like the close at the top of the candle. Typically, these buyers are going to pause. It doesn't mean sell off resistance. They're going to pause and see what's going on. Wouldn't you? You get a low volume test. Yes. Chat. What's the difference between high volume retest pullback versus low volume retest? It depends where you're saying the volume is. But typically, if we're looking at a real example here, low volume here. Now, I differ with some traditional VSA stuff, but that's for observation. I didn't set out to change it. And to me, it's very logical. If there was strong selling at this resistance, strong enough to say we're staying in this range, we're stuck in this range, right? We would be seeing sell orders coming in. It would increase the volume. Again, if we're moving up here and we're coming out, is this a stop liquidity hunt to move down? Volume will tell us that. So low volume here on a test of the level, on prices that are just slightly above the level. This is general support resistance. You apply this too. So if this was just your regular resistance, at the level, slightly above, when the volume is low, we're looking at medium right now. So the lower it is, the more likely you are to break out. It's not stops. It's not a stop hunt. It's not selling coming in. It's hanging out. And there is more demand than supply, and it goes. And the thing is this, if you're talking about a breakout and a trending sort of markup, whatever you want to call it, right? They're typically positioned before that, right, into the down moves. We don't need high volume to tell us they're buying. They're already in. Not in this case. You get the point. We see strength in the background, right? We already know, hypothetically. We'd see high volume points off the low prices. Okay, there's strength in the background. And then there's lack of supply. What does that tell you? Imbalance. You're going up. Markup time. You don't need high volume on that, right? That wouldn't even make any sense. That would be a risky situation. Does that answer your question? It's logical, right? So range breakout. There you go. There's exactly the answer. Again, when you're talking about what is going on, right? Now, we had a down move from where we started today. There are a lot of shorts in the market. Where are their stop losses? Of course, there's going to be some right here. After this high was made, hour and a half, whatever it was, a while ago, hour and a half. Of course, there's some stop losses up here. There's going to be a bunch above this high, right? Here and here. Right? And if we're going down for the day, it is in their best interest to pop it up, right? And grab that and then come down. And that could be the case. And we came in today talking about moving up and then down. That's the expectation unless we go off of that. Or maybe we'll just range all day. Yeah, we'll get out of here eventually, right? So does that answer the question? I think so, right? Welcome to the stream. We're looking for a live setup on the pound, dollar, pound, yen based on a break of the levels of the first hour of the session. This is a trade that has been profitable in my testing. Much of it is based on how I trade anyway, but these levels, we're working off of that. If we can get above or below the levels I have marked on these two pairs, pound, dollar, pound, yen, we could potentially, most likely, get a trade entry. Based on how it behaves, we'll see it in real time. So again, with that trade, testing it, it's been profitable. I will soon trade it for real. Just working out some details. Making sure it's all good. So far, so good. This will be the second time we're testing it live. See what happens. There was a bit of selling at resistance. Not much. See the reaction to that. If for example, this candle or the next one, bar. Now what happens here if we come down, right? We came down off a bit of increase in activity. It's not, big smart money positioning, but there's, market became more active on this 5 minutes, more than the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Or 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes worth. Came down, closed at the low. Okay, there's some selling. Now what happens if we pop up and we close above that without that volume? Sorry, sellers. You're going the wrong way. They're in and they're effed. And where is their stop loss? Because that's probably where we're going. Oh, that's easy. It's right here. It's all here. Right above this. And that's 30 pips away. And that would be a perfectly fine trade. Okay, let's see what happens here. 3 minutes until this close. GU is not pushing. Pound yen is. That means the yen is weaker right now. So we'll see if this one sets up. So I've got to wait for the candle close. Bar. I still take candle. You know, that thing. Okay. See if we get the entry. Where's the stop loss going to be? Like I've been testing it consistently with the stop loss between the below, in this case, if we go long, below the previous 5 minute swing. It might be a little big here. What is that? Let's say we get entry at, we'll round it off to whole number. Ooh, that's a big stop. So I can do that, and of course, it's all about risk management. Or I can go higher. I mean, if it fails and comes back into range, I wouldn't want to hold it this low anyway, right? That's terrible. I'll be short by then. So at what point on a fake break and coming back when I want to get out, as far as a stop loss? Yeah, this is fine. 6.5. Back into the weeds, right? Failing the breakout. Back into the weeds. 6.5. That would be 30 pips right now. And that's what it tends to be. Can you not go and wait for me? Come on. Do this to me again. Well, last time worked. I got impatient. But I don't break the rules. I just complain. Big difference. Be taking this on my phone, on my side account, continuing to test this trade setup that has so far been profitable. Let's see where we are in this candle close. Now, if we're getting squashed and we don't break out on the close, we wait again. What happened up there? We're getting kind of busy. Is there news? No, there isn't. Right? 5 a.m. No. Okay. The 1 minute really shows information here. Look at the lack of volume into the higher prices. Stop losses on shorts getting hit. Liquidity grab? No. Likely to be a real breakout. Likely to be a real breakout. Or if there are those still entering shorts on this, so be it. Wait them out. All the more stop losses to hunt. Evil laugh. Maybe, give them a red candle here on the 5 minute close. Really suck in the sellers before we go up. But I can't take this because the close is not outside the range. So let's see if this candle does it. It was like 1 or 2 pips from being an entry there. Let's see the pound yen. It's got its opportunity here. I mean pound dollar here. I know it's a weird spot to draw resistance, but that's the high of the first hour. Right here. Oh, can you not? I gotta wait 4 minutes. Just chill out. We're doing it live. Let's see what happens. And after this trade, we'll do whatever. I'm not in a rush to go. I should have eaten more, but that's all right. I got my kids' leftover hot dog. I'll eat that. Did that just close? Oh, wait, whoa. No. Oh, okay. Oh, my God. I have not run into the issue of missing my trade entry, a good price because I'm waiting for the 5 minute close. That has not happened yet. Are you playing catch up? Let's see. U.S. dollar itself has just been ranging since London Open, since Euro Open. The big driver of the market hasn't done anything right now. So, but this is pound based. That's really fine for this type of trade. And we have a bit of weakness on the yen. Not weakness, but it's been weaker than the U.S. dollar. All right. We got like a minute and a half. I can't get seconds. All right, whatever. So yeah, if I take this as far as positioning, I'm still considering some sort of proper risk management, even though I'm just really testing the trade. But stop loss is going to be, again, if it's, and this is something good. This is why you test trades. If it's like a 60, 70 pip stop to get it behind the previous 5 minute swing, pound yen can do that, right? I'm just going to put it in an obvious spot where if this fails and comes back into range, you want to get out. We shouldn't go back. And again, I'm just calling it the weeds right here. If we get back into the weeds and a fake break and we're back into that, I would consider that a failed attempt to move up. Very different from a break test or a little overshoot on the test and continuation. Okay, let me in. Looks like we're going to get a weak US dollar for the near future. Let's see. 1 minute, how are you behaving? Ooh, not high volume on that. That's nice. Not high volume, right? Think of weakness. That's not it. All right, let's see. Volume on the break test. We may just be taking our time sucking in some sellers going in the wrong direction. And there's the close. So by following the rules of this entry, I am now taking, firstly, a GU long because that's extremely clean on that close. So I'm looking to get in this. Again, I'm not calling trades that I recommend people take. It's education purposes only. And I'm testing this. And so far, so good. We're doing it live. What am I doing? How much? Okay. So I'm putting in my buy trade on the pound dollar. Stop loss in the weeds. Now that I'm entering the pound yen as well. Ugh. According to the method, yes. I'm going to go smaller on the pound yen. I'm not getting such a good price, but I'm taking it. I don't know how accurate that is for backtest analysis to take different size trades, but whatever. If it makes money, it makes money. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll find out. So far, so good. So I put something on the pound yen as well. Time to get these stop losses in. I'm just going to throw them in and then I can adjust them. So I want at least, let's put 30 on the pound dollar, 10.30. If I do, well, I'll just put a 30 pip stop right there. Okay, bam. That's to start. Just get it in there. These things can spike around. 30 pip stop on GU, done deal. I can tighten that up. And again, we know the pip count is big on this pound yen situation. That's fine. We're not going to get all talking about risk management, but the point is, there's nothing wrong with a big stop. If you take a smaller position, you have your targets are decent 1-to-1-ish, if not better. And you take a smaller position, so your percentage is not increased by that larger stop. Your risk percentage, right? This isn't even that big. I'll go with 40 on the pound yen. This is like, I may even get out earlier. Let's just get it in there. 40 pips on the pound yen. Okay. But again, that's something to note on this method is that hasn't come up yet, I don't think. Is that, right, on the 5-minute swing stop loss thing, putting it behind the previous swing. What if that's 80 pips, right? In this case, it's like 60 right now or something, like twice the amount of usual on the setup. So that's what I did with that, as I explained. There's no reason if you're expecting a breakout of technically this level, there's no reason to have your stop loss here. Just on the pattern, right? If this breakout fails, yeah, you give things room to overshoot, but once we get into this area, it's failed. You don't need to be down there, right? So that's something new and good that we found today. There we go. Cha-ching. We're doing it live, ladies and gentlemen. What's cool is I can, if we get to 20 pips sooner rather than later, 20, 25 pips, I could move my stop to break even. Am I really worried about the whole one-to-one thing on this trade? I'm figuring it out. All right. All right. There it is. I can't remember the last time this trade failed. This setup. Holy shit. All right, there's 20 pips on the pound dollar. That took what? 4 minutes? I'm going to manage this in such a way that I would like without worrying about what anyone thinks. I want to see if there's weakness coming in. That's the first thing, and I don't see that. But I don't like... Yeah, I'm closing half the pound dollar, so I closed half of that position. I don't like that widespread downward reaction. Pound yen is only up 11 pips. That's up less pips because that was a later entry. So this is kind of how I tend to manage it. Sometimes this seems to be popping up where I will put my stop at break even on the one that's doing better. If it all goes to shit, then I only have one loss, so to speak. It depends how much I took off and what I did, but because they're going to tend to do the same thing. But if I put my stop loss at break even on the pound being up, whatever it is, 13 pips right now, on the pound yen, I could easily get that break even hit and just keep going. It's kind of close. This guy was up 20 pips at this point. Well, now it's pulling back, right? So you get a little more room if you want to put break even. If it all goes to shit, it's got to really come down. So this is good. I'm thinking out loud and managing in real time while I'm testing it. And again, the main thing here is showing the trade. Management is something, you could figure out if you like the trade. There are different schools of thought on that and everything. So I have the pound dollar stop loss at break even, but I don't have the pound yen because we had roughly 10 more pips of a move on the pound dollar. So that gives me room on the stop. There goes some sellers stops. Oh yeah. Of course. That's what that was, right? Trading successfully based on knowing what the hell's going on and not some trick or some indicator involves knowing where the stops are and trading off of that and knowing that they're going to get what's coming to them. And that's part of what you're working with. Just don't be one of them, obviously. But know that that's what's happening, right? Correct. Yeah, that's what we said here, right above here. It's very obvious. Oh, that's why I drew this line, right? That's where it's going to start hitting some stops. On this one, above this high, above this, yeah, that's where the stops are. And then above here, even. Took out everybody. Took them all out. Because where did the downtrend start, really, where everyone starts noticing and wanting to get in? Here. We went beyond that. All right, let's see what happens. If the break even is hit on the pound dollar, so be it. But as far as managing the trade, I now just go into the mode that I normally am in, which is I'm looking at how much selling is coming in against me while I'm long, right? And we do have, look at the 1 minute chart, early information, detailed. we did get the highest volume within this minute of the whole session since the open. Yeah, third highest volume of the session or whatever, right? So that occurred there, right where we knew the stop losses were. So I mean, that's going to happen. But the result of this high volume right now, as you can all see, is down, and that is confirming weakness. That is confirming weakness. So when I'm in a trade, I'm not, hoping that it's just all going to work out. If I see something bad, I have to consider doing something about it. But this trade has stop at break even. Looking at this situation, that's perfectly fine. That is the right thing to do. How much do I want this to go into drawdown? Okay, I'm out break even on the pound dollar. I'm glad I closed some. Glad I closed half of that. Because again, even though I'm trading this particular setup on my side account, I need to see that it's profitable just doing what I do. Once I'm in, I'm in, and I'm going to deal with it however I see fit. And then I can look back at all my pound dollar, pound yen trades at this time of day. I'm not taking any other trades on those two pairs, so I can just look back and see the record. So just want to see if it's profitable or not, managing in the way that I normally do, listening to the chart. So I'm out of the pound dollar. That hit break even. But I still have this position on the pound yen, which I have not touched. And that's down 3 pips. What do I want to do? Right. Now, the fact that weakness on the 1 minute chart did not show up in the 5 minute means it was, it's microscopic in the bigger picture. And there's a reason why my 5 minute is home base, and I want to see high volume there. So the 1 minute didn't lie. Yes, there was some selling, but significant stuff is going to show up on a 5 minute. I don't see that. And again, we were just down -3, but now we're positive. So as far as closing the trade, right, I could have closed it at -3 pips, whatever, close to break even. If this was high volume, right, with a bearish reaction, that's weakness. Everybody knows this, right? Okay. This level isn't anything. That's just where the stops were. Okay, let's get rid of it. So that goes into my decision to not close this trade, is that the 5 minute is not confirming that weakness is really significant. Again, we knew there were stop losses there. That's going to cause volume. And there it is there. So, logical decision in the moment. If we try again and again we get squashed on high volume, even if it doesn't show up on the 5 minute, there's something going on here, right, at this level. Maybe I do want to close it, right? So that's how I deal with this kind of thing right now. Again, trade management and how you want to go about it is different from, the point of what I'm sharing with this trade. Here's the setup. What you want to do after, you may have it may be better just to put, the 30 pip target, set and forget. Over time, that may be more profitable than me jumping out at 20 pips, or then on this trade I'm holding to 40 because I didn't see weakness on the long, so I'm holding it longer, right? And I'm going back and forth doing whatever. Who knows if that's more profitable, or just doing a 35 pip set and forget kind of target on this trade. It would have to be tested. So that's another thing altogether. The entry going into profit, yeah. Getting in the trade and going up in pip count, yes. That much is pretty obvious from this testing so far. And handle it from there. But again, doing it live, this is cool because, again, the stop loss, I broke my rule on the stop loss because I thought it made sense. And that's fine. I'm going to make that part of how I approach this. It was either that or a tiny ass position with a freaking 60 pip stop. You know, as far as lots, because you have such a big stop. And that's not wrong either. And if you're looking at sizable moves that day, or if you care about one-to-one, you know, it depends on how you want to do it. But this trade goes into profit. After that, we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. That's what we're doing. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? All right. Now I can take my eyes off the chart for a second. I can blink. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. You could always talk in the chat. Hey, hey. If you're new here, I'm in New York. I've been on YouTube forever. I've been doing this live stuff forever. It gets boring and lonely. The dead of night. And we'll see what else today after this trade. Do something. We at least did the minimum on this, which was go get those stops on shorts. No drawdown, right? On entry, no drawdown. We'll see what happens on the pound yen. I won't get ahead of myself. My stop is not at break even right now. Here's a bit more weakness. 1 minute chart. There's a bit. There's a bit. It's like the 1 minute chart, when that shows you high volume strength and weakness, that's a heads up. That's kind of a warning. And when it comes in on a 5 minute, I take that much more seriously. So we did get the warning, but we didn't get a 5 minute, take it seriously. Just get out of the trade. Don't let it run back on you kind of thing. That hasn't shown up. I mean, it could do whatever it wants. If it wants to reverse off of this volume and that's it, it just failed to make a new high and it again hit selling. It can do whatever it wants. I'll let this go for the moment. How's the euro dollar doing for scalping? Where is everybody's stops? That's my first question. They're long and their stop losses are here. That's the first thing to know. And those that are buying into these up, well, after this down move, right, then you get buyers through here, and their stops are going to be below these little swing points too. There's some stops here on longs that went in here, chasing that. There's a bunch of stops here. This is the I'm going to let it breathe stop. So we may have to go get those guys. Pound yen, what you gonna do? So if you look at the chart, volume aside, it looks like a top. It looks like a reversal point. There's an actual resistance. Yeah, and it's deciding if it's break test continuation or it's an actual reversal. And if we close back down into here, it might make sense to close it. It's a fake break. It's a failed breakout. Yeah, but the volume's not there. So you kind of get an understanding of what it is right now, right? There's some selling. It's not overwhelming price. It's not making this bearish. We saw it on the 1 minute, but nothing significant over the 5 minute period. So that's what we're dealing with. So is it going to turn into a fail, or are we going to go? You know, we don't have low volume up there to say, okay, we're very likely to go. We don't have high volume to say we're likely to turn and go down. We're just kind of, you know, in the middle. That's just what it is right now. But I am holding under these circumstances officially for the moment. We'll see if the fake break pattern confirms. That'll be the next bearish turn of events. If we can close back down below this level, which is just based off of that. If we get a close on a 5 minute down, maybe I'll close it. I'll be down, you know, a few pips and just close it near break even. There's always another trade. What's up, guys? You could talk in the chat. How's it going? We'll be here for a while. See what we can grab today. Scalping the euro dollar like crazy. Let's see what it does today. Maybe we'll do that. Right now it is a shrinking range, a wedge. So I wouldn't want to do anything on that. Oh, that's the 5 minute. But that's what it is either way. Yeah, very sideways. Okay. So as far as my scalping on the small time frames, euro dollar, because it has the best spread, there's nothing to do in this sideways chop. But we'll see if the euro dollar wakes up, what we might get there. So the pound dollar, I closed half here, which looking back and looking at this 1 minute is not crazy to close half a long position and put your stop at break even. I'm fine with that. But like I said, that's only the 1 minute. The 5 minute is pretty chill. We know the situation, as I explained. There's some limited selling, not the end of the world. So leaving this one open and seeing. Let's see where this closes. If it's a good old-fashioned fake breakout, all this is missing is the volume to be a short. But the fake break pattern and some of that 1 minute volume. Maybe close the trade around break even. Let's see. Couple minutes left on this 5 minute. We'll see where we are. But cool. Now we have a second live stream that'll be on my YouTube channel showing this trade in particular. And today we saw a little difference, stop loss placement and stuff. How I deal with it. Not liking the price action, so to speak. The candle pattern, the fake break. It's not a break test continuation like we saw the last time, right? We're back in the range. And we better pop out or else I'll close it. See what happens. Looks like it's officially becoming a failed break. And if you look at it from the 1 minute, that is a reversal type of top going on there. This is like 9 pips down right now. 10, 9, 10. And that's fine if I close it at that. Let's see what we get here. 5 minute close. There it is. Yeah, so it's a tough one. Right. Bearish pattern, fake break. This wide spread and then failing as a result, right? And all that stuff is bearish. The 1 minute showing the weakness, it's bearish information. But we don't have high volume here, truly making me like, would want to go short or anything like that. But it's enough to probably close this particular trade here. I'll probably, if it goes below this low, that's where I'll close it. If it pops below there and doesn't like immediately pop back up, then yeah, I think that makes sense. So yeah, it's like the trade looks like 9 times out of 10 is going to get you into profit. What happens from there? Depends how you want to manage it and what you want to do. There's only so much I could make mechanical, right? Like probabilities, being able to read the probabilities. The probability on this when we first got in was, right, 75% at least, right? Now it's like 60, right? Fake break pattern, 1 minute weakness. I feel like it's more likely to be a win than a loss, but we need to get out of this range. If we get below this candle, yeah, that's where I'll cut it. To me, that makes perfect sense. That's what to do. I could close it here, but again, it's not that serious as far as the bearishness. I'll give it a last chance, right? That's how it be in the market, right? It's not always black and white. Oh, it's bullish. Oh, it's bearish. Sometimes the probability is 50-50, like on a tiny range with medium volume, and there's just nothing going on. Where's it going to go out of that range? Who the hell knows? Wait. So there are gray areas. And that's fine as far as waiting for high probability to get into a trade. But what about managing the trade and getting into those gray areas, right? That takes a bit of skill, experience. Like I said, maybe this trade would be profitable just simply setting a 1-to-1, 1.5 on the reward, whatever it is, at least 1-to-1. And I think that would sort of have to separately be tested, because that's not what I've been doing. All right, we're giving it a last chance on the pound yen long. Also with the pound yen, right? It was so late compared to usual entries because it was up here. It was 17 pips above. What was the original resistance? Wait, it was even lower, wasn't it? No, it was this. Okay. Yeah, so the entry in this particular trade setup, right, of this entry of this trade type was 17 pips above, right? That's normally not going to happen. I would never trade this way, right? We're breaking a resistance and we're 17 pips above the resistance, and I'm going to go long there. I would never do that normally, right? But again, this trade just has some probability that it's going to get you into profit. It gets you doing some weird things, but it works, right? So, yeah, there's that. There's managing a trade that I wouldn't normally begin. And getting in 17 pips above the breakout level. I would never do that. It gets a little weird managing. But this thing is basically going into profit within the first 15, 10, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, the most, right? On a very consistent basis. So I guess I trade like that now, at least on this setup. 17 pips above a break. Into a previous resistance. Into another one. I would never buy there. But then look at the next candle. I did something right. And again, generally they move 25, 30, 40, 50 pips, whatever the move may be. Sometimes you catch the move of the day. But like I said, in this case, and this is how I'm managing it, if it gets below here, I'll close it. Too much bearish information to just hang on to the trade. I almost wish it was clearer than it'd just be black and white. Yeah, there's high volume weakness on the fake break. It's definitely time to close it. But again, it's that gray area right now. Well, I think I need to make a fresh coffee. Coffee drinkers unite. I gotta watch this stupid thing. Oh, I can put my stop loss here. I like to do this stuff manually, though. Broker's like, oh, yeah? You want to put your stop loss right there? Are you sure? So I'm just getting my trading this on my phone. Getting the window open to close this trade. Oh, we went below. Okay. So yeah, either we pop right back up on some strength or I'll close it. What's the drawdown? 12 pips. Nothing wrong with closing a trade at 12 pips when it's going against you. All right, so I'm out. I am out of the pound yen long. So that's it. I'm out of these two trades. Got a little hairy in there. So with that, I ended up break even. It's a little weird. The management is not part of the test. But what I did was, as I said, when I went into these trades, I took the GU and then I also took the pound yen half the amount. I know, it's not scientific, but that's what I did. It was also because of this stupid 17 pip freaking break of resistance and then buying into another one. The pound dollar had the cleaner, right? That was it right there. And that moved like 25 pips right off the bat. Like immediately after entry. So my point is closing half of this here, having to stop at break even, get hit, and then now having this close at negative whatever it was, 11 pips on half the position. I don't know. Somehow I ended up break even on this, right? Let me see. Give or take a few bucks. Yeah. Break even. Okay. Yeah. But this is good. This is good. Right? If I'm sharing this trade, I think I have a responsibility to share these, not just, hey guys, so mark the high and low, and when it breaks, you either do this or that. The end. Have good luck. This is probably better. So a break-even situation. No problem there. There's always the next trade. My account is intact. So we did 2 live trades on this. Last week was the profitable result. This was the break-even result. It's always good to see how to manage the trade. Those things are often overlooked. Yeah. You see what's going on here. Like, I'm not going to just skip over this and tell people to go do it. Like I said from the beginning, this particular entry is something to test. Everything else I do, yes, I've been doing forever. I already know. And again, as far as trade management, I'm getting used to the idea that I'm getting into trades that I normally wouldn't even take. Getting long in this spot. This is not something I would normally do. But just like anything else, the longer I do it, the more refined it'll become. We already know. Now you've seen this trade. You've seen last week. You can back test it. It gets you into profit more times than not. You know, at least 20 pips. It gets you there. What happens from there? We haven't seen yet in our testing. We'll see what happens today, but we're out. In our testing, the trades just run. That happens too. Before you know it, you're up 50 pips. Holy shit, what an entry. And then you have crap like this, right? And of course, you have the rare day, 1 or 2 trades out of 10, that is just going to go bam, hit your stop. And even that, how do we deal with that? Do we scale out? Do we sit there and watch a terrible situation just get worse and do nothing? Right? Tune in next time. Maybe it'll be a loss and we'll deal with it, right? But yeah, I think this is good. Not just, you know, this particular situation, what we're doing, but just how to read a chart, how to weigh things out and know what the hell to expect and what's going on. What we pretty much assumed was correct, that we're going to pop up, we're going to catch the stops on shorts. Beyond that, are we going to really mark up what's going on? The chart was like, yeah, maybe we will, maybe we won't, maybe not. But it did the first thing. And then it told us, I might be done with this up move right now. It told us, right? Chart speaks. Cool. Glad I did this live. Let it be a win. Let it be a break even. Let it be a loss. Let's see the best way to deal with it. Not everybody's able to make it to the stream, so then I've been talked to some people after, you know, who know what they're doing, help flesh out the details. Let it be what it is. All right, onward. What's next? Coffee. What's up, everybody? We're trading. We took a live trade. It was break even. Last time we took a trade, it was profitable. That same trade. We're testing it live. Now that we're done with that, you know, I'm eyeing this thing. Pete, what you doing with the euro dollar? Well, we'll see. Remember this line? What was that line again? That's where the stops are. The first cluster is right here. And as I said, we're probably going there. All kinds of stuff happens. Yeah, it's a 1 minute chart. All kinds of stuff happens right at the support. So if you go below it, what happens at these things? I don't know. Maybe I need a coffee. But here's what happens. Breaks to the downside. You get sellers jumping in. Number 1. Number 2, those that are long, they get their stop loss hit. Ooh, there's a lot of activity going on. Number 3, those stop losses getting hit on long positions, they're selling off to maybe, if the volume is high and the VSA thing happens and you get strength and a fake break, they're buying from those sellers and then off we go. And that's when they rage quit forex and get on the unemployment line. Okay, so I'm going to make a coffee. I'm here. No rush to go anywhere. I'll be right back. Should I type something on this chart? Where's my, how do you type on this stupid thing? Not MT4. I'll never be comfortable. BRB. What does that mean? How big is it supposed to be? I don't know. Oh, there we go. BRB. Just a couple of minutes. All right. Did I mess up my mic volume? No, I think we're good still. It looks low. Hello, hello, hello. What happened? Is my mic a little low? I swear I put the level higher before. Properties. No. Advanced audio properties. Oh, this went down? That's so weird. I'm raising my mic volume right now. It's very slow. I'm holding it down. Go faster. I hope it wasn't that low the whole time. It was probably low. Oh, that's weird. How did that change? Okay. Oh, is that too loud? No, that looks good. Okay. What's up, guys? Coffee is brewing, and we'll look for the next trade. Well, we could scalp the euro dollar. I can show you the madness of my scalping. What's up with the pound? It was just enough, but certainly enough, but just enough bearish information to want to get out of those pound longs. And like I always say, no regrets. No regrets. That means you can't look back on your trading and say, I should have done this or should have done that. That's not allowed. You need to do it. So in this case, looking back, I did exactly what I would want to do. Yes. Now, if the pound just runs up now all day and I'm not in it, that doesn't affect anything. It's all you got is the information at the moment, right? And be able to look back and say, that was fun. I'm out break even in this situation. Good. There's no, oh, why did I do that? Oh, I should have. And again, it got a little hairy because you had a bearish pattern. You had weakness showing up on a 1 minute chart only, nothing significant. But it was enough. You know, that bearish pattern means something. And even the look of this, right? When it happened, I said, that looks like a top. That's how tops look. Right? There was just enough bearish information to say, you know what, this is a break even. I'll take it. That's fine. So hopefully this is all helpful to you. I don't think there's a lot of talk about management of trades. Well, some people just, you know, set the stop and the TP, set and forget, and that's perfectly fine for some strategies, I suppose, and some traders. I'm not able to do that. I don't want to do that. This could easily turn into a loss today, and I'll look back and go, you know, I probably would have gotten out break even. But I did a set and forget, and here I am sitting on a loss in my account. No thanks. But again, by that same point, this breakout could have not shown us any sort of issue, done a break test continuation, and that's exactly what we got last week to the downside. It was this minus the problem, right? And it was able to break out. It was the opposite, the downside. It was able to break out, not have this go on, and do a break test continuation. So it was that plus the continuation wasn't happening, right? How do you know, by what point is it really not happening? Yeah, where I got out, right? That's how you knew, or wherever that was. I don't know. Because you can overshoot, you know, you can overshoot on the test a little bit and then go. So I think it served its purpose of kicking out the sellers, taking their stops and going short, which suggests a down move from here. But again, was it completely bearish where we're like, oh, we're looking to go short down? Nah, it wasn't that. It was the probability of the trade just went kind of flat, kind of bearish. So that's not a situation where I'm looking for a short. If the volume popped up here 5 minute, right, then we'd be looking for a short. I was saying this is going to the bottom of the range before anything else. Maybe catch some stops on longs down here, right? Whatever. But between the euro dollar being stuck in that range and this happening, we're looking, what's the condition today, right? The chart has spoken. It's not very excited to do anything right now, right? Didn't fail this move because of large selling. Oh, we want to go short. The action's just not there to take it up, and a little bit of selling, and it comes back. And then you have the euro dollar, which is, you know, since the euro opened, we got a low, a high, a higher low, a lower high, right? It's. I'm not going to draw it. It's the wedge. It's the shrinking range, and then this finally, you know, that broke out of the wedge, but we didn't go anywhere yet. So the charts are saying this is a slow start to the session. Got to be a realist. If we expect things, it'll tell us to expect it. Right now, it's kind of looks like feels like a holiday kind of chart. Oh, I'm here. I'm back. Actually, my coffee's ready. Now I'll be right back again. Just 1 second. I'm not even going to touch the volume of my mic. Hello. Okay, it's good. Be right back. good. I love coffee. All right. So what's next? Like I said, market's kind of limp right now. It's limp. Feels like a holiday. Let's get some action. Flat on that volume. 5 minutes. Just flatness. Flat, flat, flat. Where's the pre-positioning, right? Where's the action coming from? Chart has spoken. Says wait, right? So we're here. We're trading. Break-even trade today. No regrets on that one. Did the right thing. It would be in drawdown right now. If I left the two open, they would both be negative. Saying to myself, why am I still in this shit? But again, the long trades on the pounds, they didn't show any serious issue. It just started leaning bearish, and it's like, all right, it's not worth it. What shall we do then? We shall wait for the market to wake the hell up. When's news? Not much today. As I think Mark pointed out, it could be just kind of waiting and chilling because all the news later this week. GDP for the pound tomorrow. PPI for U.S., that's big. CPI, U.S., that's big. Retail sales, yes, it's big. So it's the calm before the storm? Yeah, pretty much. But again, it's a Tuesday in October. We can't sit still all day. You got to do something. Again, our background is bearish due to the strength of the U.S. dollar, strength of the yen, especially the U.S. dollar. Everything's bearish, though. Haven't seen any reason to go counter trend by any means here. So if things wake up and they want to move up and show weakness, catch stops in this area, for example, those things can happen. If it wants to just drop, it can do that too. Because we are bearish. That's another thing to consider with this crazy-ass trade. A bearish, friggin' really serious bearish environment. Going long in London, an hour into London. Crazy-ass trade. Yeah, if it works, it works, right? Again, what would have been nice is the up move off of this trade and then hit the weakness higher up. Grab the profit and then go short. But market is just not alive enough right now to do all that. Do anything. Let's see about the stop hunt. How many long stops are right here? A lot. Should we type for people who pop in? Johnny's stop loss. Who's Johnny? Uh, what's a term for the average guy? I know someone who's used the name Eddie. Eddie is the average guy. The average schmuck. His name is Eddie. I won't say who I got that from. If you know, you know. Eddie's stop loss. I have a friend Eddie. That's not nice. There we go. Let's have some fun. Eddie's getting nervous. It's way too big. And it's way too many words, but capital S for no reason. All right, we're going after Eddie. Probably. We'll see what happens. I don't know if this market is awake enough to do anything right now besides range. We'll see what unfolds in real time. And if the best thing to see, obviously, if we want to start trading, get going, we need a little activity. 1 minute chart's going to spike here and there. You know, a 5 minute increase in volume, showing some significant activity and the information that goes along with it, whether it's Eddie's stop loss getting hit or whatever. This decreasing volume now. I mean, I've been saying, and now it's just getting worse as far as just a really quiet market today. So that is trading. You don't roll up your sleeves and go, I'm going to take 5 trades today. Here I go. You may take 0 and do better than 90% of traders, right? Whatever the chart says, that's your boss. Not so bad when the boss says, take it easy. Go smoke a doobie. Listen to some music. There's nothing to do right now. Eddie's getting nervous. What's up, chat? You entertain me. Everybody's very quiet in here. And we got 91 views today so far. Don't be Eddie. Any Eddies in here? Ooh, he's getting nervous. He's got sweaty palms now. Fuck, man. Eddie right now. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm going to refund my account. Oh. Fuck. The fuck heard around the world. See, whatever ends up happening today, we get some education. Don't be Eddie. Eddie's pissed. He's sweating. Fuck. What's his next thought now that that's happened to him? He's probably going to go short. Now it's just he's just bad because now he's going to watch it and it's going to go up. Then we'll see what happens. How much volume was there? How many Eddies got hit? Oh, not that many. We might have to go lower. Again, if the market wants to wake up, maybe it's just going to be slow stuff. But so far, no, we didn't actually see that activity right there. Eddie's holding on. He moved it down. Don't be Eddie. This is actually, if the market was more active, Again, I'll just keep giving good information even if we don't get a trade or anything. There's always something to talk about. If this market wasn't so inactive right now, I would consider the short. Probably not initially on this break. Of course not. Seeing what's happening down there. But we don't have the condition to do anything like that right now. I would not say that, no. Yeah, it looks like 80's a bit lower. I think we're really will hit the volume here. Well, yeah, this market has to wake up. That is, doing nothing is just as valid as everything else, right? Everyone else who's getting into a trade right now, based on this limp market, mixed information, good luck to you. You'll probably do better than them by doing nothing. Something worse than a sideways market that just hunts stops if you don't know what you're doing and you're impatient. What happened with the pound? Yeah. It's funny because in a limp market right now, that was the one move, right? Because here's the London Open, right there. We go up, we go down, we shrink in range, we do nothing, Oh, we pop out. There's the move. That's it. Okay, we're done. Yeah, it's just one of those days. Could have been something special. No. But we're doing it live. Like Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it, we'll do it live. I'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks. All right, we got a few lessons packed into this video already. At the moment, we're being patient. That is a lesson in itself. People say, hey, Pete, one of the main things I learned from you is how to be patient. So, yeah, forget about that because to me, I'm just taking trades when I'm supposed to, doing nothing else. But right, patience. It kind of gets built into being disciplined. What's the best way to be disciplined in trading? To really hate losing money. You hate it. I hate it. That's what works for me. Of course, I'm not going to take a bad trade. I hate losing money. Who the hell does that? I'm going to rush my entry. I'm going to over-risk. Over-risk. I hate losing money. That seriously is what keeps me disciplined. I have to be like, well, if I lose money on this, I don't know. The market's freaking out of its mind right now, so I'm going in. Mr. Bill, thank you. Good to be back. Very good to be back. Speaking of back, I had back surgery. My pain is 90% gone. I'm functional. I can live with it. I don't even complain. Yeah, it hurts. Whatever. I'm freaking alive. Thank you. It's good to be back. I'm taking the bad with the good right now. I'll take a bit of pain after what I went through. Yeah. It's fine. Maybe it'll get better over time. But, I could walk. All that important stuff. Eddie's getting nervous. Ooh, ooh. 1 minute shows a little something there. Get him, get him, get him. He's down here. Widespread, higher volume, bullish reaction. If we can get that to a more extreme and something that ideally shows up on a 5 minute, then we'll know that Mr. Eddie has done it again. Taking a losing trade. If your name's Eddie, I'm sorry. It's not personal. What's that guy's name who uses? Eddie means an average person who doesn't know anything. Like he trusts the government and shit. Doesn't. The hell's that guy's name? So yeah, I was looking forward to doing a little more stuff today, but charts are saying, the quiet market is saying, don't do anything. Calm before the storm, for sure, with all the news this week. We won't be here Friday, that's for sure, in this price area. Oh, I don't have the music set up. Well, if you're here, hang out. As soon as the market wakes up, then we'll see about the opportunities. For me, as much as I love to do the trade and make the money, there's just nothing I see here that's good. The market is just limp. That's the word. If you took a trade now, you would be betting that when the market wakes up, you know what it's going to do. First. Yeah, I'm not willing to guess. Besides dropping and getting Eddie kicked out, I'm not sure what else. Your sell trade active. You are short on the euro dollar. Okay. Yeah, I was saying at the time, and I at least in my mind, I get the logic behind that. Like I said, I would take the short position if we were not in this dying activity ranging market right now, where this could just be a stop hunt, but then the volumes barely increase, so maybe it goes lower and comes back, or maybe that lack in any strength coming in here means break test continuation, and that's where I would be looking. But I would like some activity to pick up. Show me like the big money, large orders are active again, and show me what the hell they're doing. Because we can make projections, but we're talking about scalping and where is it going to go now in the next 5, 10, 20 minutes, whatever. 30-minute chart? Yeah, everybody forgets about the 30-minute chart. I know somebody who uses the 30-minute chart. It's all the same information packaged differently, right? It does show some weakness there, but that's the London open volume. I tend to not trust that too much. If I had to be in a trade on the euro dollar, I would be short, not long. So I get the logic, but like I said, I just want more activity. But yeah, so far you're staying below. You're not doing a fake breakout and coming back, and no huge volume spike. Yeah, I mean, if I had to be in a trade, I would go short, but not quite good enough for me. Maybe they'll go after Eddie's stop for you, and you'll get your move. That kind of explains the situation we were dealing with on the pound trades earlier. We were going into this a quiet market. That's why I was like, what's happening? Are we breaking out? Are we not? I think we're not. Can you give me an answer? No. I'll just take a nap. It kind of explains what we were dealing with there. Very quiet. London open, besides that little break that at least was predictable by that trade entry. It's just nothing. Patience, patience. We'll get something. But good luck on the euro. We'll see what that does. I mean, things I would be looking for. If I had weakness in the background that was straightforward, not a London open spike or whatever, I'd be looking to go short now on this break of low volume. Low volume breaks of ranges are nice, but even better when you have weakness in the background leading to that break. You're going from distribution into markdown. But I don't have that. Again, in this quiet market, we could have popped up and seen some regular volume again up here, and quickly rejected that break and come back in. Then I'd be looking for the long entry, at least back to the top of the range. I mean, that in itself is 25 pips. Whatever it is, 30. We also have the basic background bearish situation where you do want to be going short to go with the background. The downtrend that hasn't seen any reason to go in to buy yet at all. And going with that downtrend. But again, I could be doing that off of weakness. An imbalance that's being shown to the downside. High volume supply, low volume demand. And I'd be able to get in with that. So I wait. Meanwhile, thanks for attending. Hopefully it's educational. Makes trading a little more exciting to be here, perhaps. Hopefully the information is valuable to you. I mean, just knowing that it's probably not the time to trade right now might be good information. Getting the hell out of this long trade at 11 pips instead of whatever the hell I'd be down now. I'd be down 30 pips now. Actually, that would be hitting my stop loss more or less right now. But instead, I had the discipline to close it at negative 11 pips or whatever it was, right? Which left me with the break-even situation on the pound yen, pound dollar. That's hard, I think, for some people. To just accept reality and close the trade negative 5, negative 10 pips, whatever it is, and just accept reality. They hold on to it. They think about it. It gets worse, right? Nothing wrong with small losses. You'll never look back and go, oh, man, if I just didn't take those small losses this week, right? You're not going to regret that. On to the next trade. Yes, type Rob. Yes, exactly. How are you? Yes. The result of the new strategies for today is break even. Correct. And again, I'm not being scientific on size of trades between the two pairs. Management, I'm still figuring out because these are kind of weird. These are trades that I wouldn't normally even get into in the first place if you weren't here. I bought 17 pips above a breakout level on the pound yen. I would never buy there. Secondly, I bought right into a resistance level. I would never do that. So yeah, okay, it's nice. It popped up. You got a chance to take some off or break even, whatever. But you're in a situation where I would never be in the first place. So it's a little weird. I'm realizing managing it. It's a little different. because my normal trades and patterns have kind of stop losses and targets built in and all that. So that's a little weird. But if it keeps going into profit soon after I get in, yeah, I'll deal with it. I could have worse problems. And break even is a perfectly acceptable result. As we're watching this now, would have hit my stop. But the reason why I'm break even is because I took the pound dollar and pound yen. I went bigger on the pound dollar than I did on the pound yen because that was this late ass 17 pip late after the break into it, right? I'm like, let me be a little more conservative on this. I might have to go with a bigger stop. It's such a late entry, right? But the point is I closed half of the pound dollar in profit and that hit break even. Then I closed the position that was half the size of that at an 11 pip loss or whatever it was at the time. And that just somehow resulted in a break even situation. Result, give or take a few dollars. You know, it was very close to break even. So that's what it was for today. But we're talking about management and how to deal with this stuff. The no regrets approach, you know, but things were just pointing to bearishness just a bit too much, which you could always go back and see in real time. I think this is leaning bearish a little too much. It's time to not just sit here and take a loss. If price closes below range, do you consider shorting, or is that not part of the trading plan? You mean now, going forward? Or, obviously that's what you mean, right? Because last time we took the trade, it was a close below and we did take it. But if you're saying now, just clarify. I think you're asking, would I go now if it closes below, right? Yeah, no, obviously that's what you're saying. No, sorry, it's me. But that's not part of the strategy because this is very pound based. This is based on, I would say no. That's not the strategy. If that's something to consider, fine. But no, that's not the strategy because this is based off of this activity that pops up this first hour where you get all this activity and the result, the outcome, you know what I mean? The answer to what does it all mean? This activity that always happens this time of day. What does it all mean? Where are we going? It's a rush to get in, which is dumb. This is the worst spot ever. Worst time of day. But it's based on the result of that working itself out. So that's come and gone. You know, that's later on is something different, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now down the line, if that's something that works, I don't know. Have a bit of a different logic to it if it's later on in the day. It's the initial break here. But also, if we're here at this time, I don't think I'll be here that long. Oh, Eddie's nervous, but he's still in. The later version of that is to do it on the euro dollar and look for the trade starting at 10 a.m. As I mentioned, that's the other version of it. That's the New York version. I've tested that trade 3 times and they were all winners. But I usually don't because I need to sleep, and I end up sleeping during the day at that time. But that's something to look for you guys that have learned this trade that I'm showing with the pound is the 9 to 10 a.m. New York time. And after 10 a.m., you have those levels of the 9 o'clock range and doing the same thing with that. That's something to test and check out. You know, the euro dollar in U.S. session, right? How it kind of tends to correlate with the U.S. market because of the dollar, because of the U.S. dollar strength and weakness driving it. You know, if, you know, the Dow is coming down, then you're going to tend to get strong U.S. dollar. If the strong U.S. dollar is going on, then you're going to get a down move on the euro dollar. So they tend to correlate like that. So that can be done that time of day. Maybe Eddie didn't buy that much. I don't know. There weren't that many Eddies. All right, some eddies got kicked out and some hung on. There's the volume. But we kind of expected this to come here and do a fake break. If, like I said, if there was more volume on that, I would be considering a long entry. It's just market's quiet right now. How quiet are we? Let me zoom out. It's not terrible. We're just not moving. Back into the range, right? Yeah, stuck in the range. Tried, went to sleep again. Did I miss a question? Hi, Pete. I am using Axie Broker for volume feed. Actually, our teacher suggested that. I just want to know your opinion of Axie feed. I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever used it. I am liking FXCM. I've been using that for a while. I do change over time sometimes. FXCM used to do some weird repainting thing with their volume indicator. It was very strange, but it's been good now for a while. I also have, I don't know what up here, Owanda. But see if it's giving you clear signals, you know? You could always, with volume as well, right? Just back test and see, you know, those climactic turning points and everything. Are they showing up clearly? Low volume test, clear patterns with volume. There we go. Back into the range. What's going to happen? Maybe we get stuck. But yeah, I noticed that broker volume is more reliable than it used to be. There used to be some weirdness going on and certain brokers you really need to avoid. I don't think it's as bad now. Maybe it's a little more consistent from one broker to the next. Oh, futures volume. What's my view on it? Hello, how am I doing? I'm doing great. Welcome. Futures. Okay, the first thing is the futures market and the volume you're seeing is, from what I've read, about 35% of the overall foreign exchange market is the futures volume. So you're not getting a picture of the whole market, obviously. The spot is separate, and that's the majority. That's the first thing, just to know. The extreme highs and lows of the futures volume just throws me off. I just don't like how you can get a huge, you know, you get this all day, this huge, and then we're down here, and we're down here, and we're down here. This is off hours. You know, I didn't learn on that. I'm not used to it. You get probably the same signals in the end, of course, the high and low volume things and the same story. But it's just so extreme to me. Tick activity, I like tick activity. I got no problem with, you know, ticks being the measurement of volume in the market activity. I happen to like it. Speaking of volume, maybe we're waking up. But yeah, no, I have nothing against it. If it's, you know, if you like futures volume, good. Yeah. This is just home. Before things kind of went to sleep. It did wake up here with some activity, but we're like right in the middle of this range. I wouldn't do anything there. Middle of ranges, right? Not good probability. And that's exactly what that is. But at least we woke up. Let's see what it leads to. What's the result? What's happening? Chart will tell us. No news. Unless something changed. It happens. We used to talk on Skype. Well, I haven't been on Skype in like years and years. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wow, long time. Yeah. All right, so we're hanging out. We'll see what happens to form. As far as my regular method, besides scalping, you know, nailing that one trade of the day, highest probability, background, volume, everything. That is looking for the up move and weakness. If you know my method, that is very straightforward today. And I didn't mark up levels because we just haven't started moving. Whatever. But we got a few fibs we can draw in. That's a clear swing high there. Okay, that's weird. Where's the thing? That looks better. We got the obvious high there. Where are you, Dot? Okay. I mean, this is high up, but yep, those things happen. Man, just spike out everybody and then continue down, right? But there's just some areas to look for. Well, that came right off 50 fib there yesterday. So we're there. A little fake break maybe today. But my regular main method that I've been doing forever is pointing to looking for shorts on weakness on up moves. See if we get that. Sir, what to do if after entry market starts to linger around? Should we hold or exit? That's kind of what it did after I got into this trade. There's always some information to get. I feel like it's never no information at all. So whatever information you get, you got to weigh out and do the logical thing with that. This is actually a good example of that question because we got into the long trade and then you see what happens with the market, how quiet it got volume-wise, and it never made it out of the range and went back to sleep. But we have a failed breakout, which is a bearish pattern, and the 1 minute did show some weakness in here. And so for my long trade, that was a decision to get out. It depends what's going on. Whatever information you're getting, you'll get something. Quiet, slow, waiting for your trade to move doesn't mean it's a bad trade, unless it's a scalp and you're waiting for an hour or two. That's bad. But, generally it's not a bad sign that your trade doesn't go right away. There's going to be some information going on. I feel like that's going to help you decide. Should I get out break even? Should I get out for a small loss? Should I just hold? It's all looking good. It's just not going yet. Maybe I'll just wait because there's nothing wrong with the trade. It's just not moving yet. You probably get some information. But there are plenty of times where I'll stay in a trade that's not moving for a while because there's nothing on the chart telling me to do anything but stay in. So that's the way I deal with it. You're going to get some information to help you, I think. And if nothing's changed and your trade looks fine and it's just not moving yet and it's quiet for 30 minutes or whatever, that's fine. What indicators are those? This is the magical Trend Analyzer 3000. Make money while you sleep. I'll sell it to you for $4,000. If you'd like the combination of these two down here, I'll give you a deal and make it $7,000. That's it. You're set. These things are freaking nothing. I think this is a modified RSI. What is this? This is a RSI. That's it, Pete? It's a freaking RSI? That's right. I just like the way I made it look, right? It's cool. It's pretty. Have you ever seen me take a trade off of these things? This guy, whoa. What is this again? It's nothing. What is this? I'm giving away my secret indicator combination. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, those are the moving averages, right? Oh, here we go. Oh, hey, there's a MACD. It's a freaking MACD, guys. I made it look really cool, right? Like it actually does something. So you got an RSI and a MACD. Aw, I'm leaving. It'll be our secret. Damn, that was disappointing, right? What do you think? I'm trading off indicators over here. But thanks for the question. Thanks for attending, Mr. A. And I'm joking around because I don't trade off indicators. If anything, this is going to affect my decision making on certain types of trades. But my general trading method does not include those two indicators. It's funny because if you trade off RSI and MACD, you're going to get nowhere. You'll take 12 losses in a row if price is ranging. But thanks for the question. There's your answer. Sir, after seeing high volume activity off 1 hour, should we proceed directly to 5-minute for in-depth information? Yes. Or can we also analyze volume on 30-minute, 15-minute? That's all fine. Remember, time frames, what I say about time frames is, first of all, as you know, to state the obvious, it's the same information. It's the same data. At this point in time, price went here. At this point in time, price went there. So you take that data, which is one thing, and we break it up into segments, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30. It's all the same data. So, but there is something to time-based situations like reversals and things, where a 1 hour confirmation, let's say, of a reversal of a high volume, and then looking at the second hour to look at the reaction on a 1 hour chart, right? So, for example, here, let's say this was high volume, for example, from a 1 hour chart. It's not, let's say it is. Then waiting for the next hour to close down and back into range, technically in VSA world, confirms the weakness. And to me, the 1 hour is your background, is your, where are we right now in the bigger picture for the day. So there's something to it. There's more probability of that goes back to VSA. Once you get your result, effort versus result, or your 2 candle pattern on strength and weakness, your second candle, yeah, that affects probability. But let's say there's still 15 minutes left on that 1 hour, and your 5 minute is saying everything's perfect. Are you going to wait for that 1 hour to close? Probably not. I'm not. But if that's in my background and it is confirmed on a 1 hour chart, that does give me a direction for the time being. Looking at results of high volume, here's high volume at the market open, which is a different scenario. I don't have much to point to right now. And then the result. Here we have high volume, and this is sort of a wait and see. It didn't close above or below. And, that's a 5 minute. But, let me go back to the question. Let's make sure I thoroughly answered it. But yeah, I think people get a little too caught up in time frames. This is my opinion. I think the time frame thing originally came from using dumb indicators like RSI, MACD, and seeing and moving average crossovers, all those terrible systems, and going, well, every time frame gives a different signal. So let's pick one and ignore the others. It's a little weird. So Yeah, I think people focus on time frames too much. It's all the same information packaged differently. You should be getting the same answers from every single time frame, if that's the case. I can't show you the color blue, and sometimes it's blue and sometimes it's not. It's either is or isn't. Doesn't matter how you look at it, right? The market's strong, weak. You should be able to figure that out anywhere. 1 minute chart over a longer period of time, whatever it is. What happens at key levels, you could really get in there and see. Well, it's just information. That is my opinion of time frames. I typically sit on the 5 minute and 1 minute chart after I've done my larger time frame analysis. Because why not? Tell me what's going on as it's happening, right? And also to make the point that if you see, let's actually go to an example. If you see 1 hour high volume, let's say whatever, this one, and you're looking at it close, and you're saying, okay, it's a downtrend, then it's widespread high volume closing off the low. There's probably some strength going on. Let's see what happens, right? And then from a 1 hour point of view, you can get in here on a 5 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute. 5 minute is nice. Get into this candle and look at what went on in this supposed demand area. Is it real? Right? Because this is the volume for the whole hour. You don't know that high volume didn't take place off of an up move here, a weakness, 5 minute chart, up move, weakness, coming down and not running into much buyers. You don't know that from looking at this. You know the total of the hour. So you get in there and you see, where is this supposed demand? Is it really there? Small time frame, right? That's a good way to use time frames. Oh, we hit Eddie's stop. Thanks for telling me. Did we? Where's Eddie? He's gone. He rage quit. I don't know. I swear I typed it on the chart. I must have deleted it. All right. Yeah, initially on that breakout, we must have. It was just, and we had got a slight volume increase, but I don't think there was enough eddies and all that. It's quiet today. But yeah, as far as time frames, that's my take on it. What else? The indicator deal. There you go, guys. Okay, ask somebody to recode this, call it something else. And it's a subscription every month. The magical indicators. No, they have some use, otherwise they wouldn't be there. Oh, they might, because I just like, Christmas. I don't know. What else? Eddie's gone to smoke a blunt. He needs to relax. It's okay, man. You'll get him the next time. Probably not, but you can believe that. Make you feel better. Who's Eddie, by the way? Eddie just represents the average schmuck who doesn't know what the hell's going on. And that's why he had his stop loss right there and got kicked out. Okay. He definitely smokes weed, for sure. That's not a bad thing. Sir, have you also studied supply and demand and ICT stuff? Oh, this is the second ICT question today. So, to answer the first part, I have studied supply and demand. And I suggest if you really want to learn about supply and demand, to go outside of the trading world, outside of charts and traders, and learn about what you may have. I'm just saying generally. This is where it really clicked for me. Learning about supply and demand in the real world. Supposedly we have a supply issue. Supply chain, right? Everybody knows the buzzword now. Supply chain issues in the world. Never came back after the thing. So lack of supply is a bullish environment, so prices went up. That's a current example of supply and demand in the real world. This was causing inflation. Part of it. If it's hard to get something, there's a chip shortage, right? So all the cars went up because of so lack of supply. So if you understand that stuff, right, and then apply some of that to the chart. Now the second part of your question about ICT. Oh God, please. I don't think I'll pass on answering that. Give me a frickin' break. No, I'm just going to pass on that. No, I appreciate your question. Thank you. I'll also say, hell no. And we'll leave it at that. If you only knew what I knew. Eddie going to come back to Euro in an hour and be even more pissed he missed the long. 100%. 100%. And you know what he's going to do next, right? If it happens. He'll buy the breakout. He won't be able to stand it anymore. We're looking to sell up here, right? Yes, and so it goes. Patience pays, yes, literally. It is going to pay you. So we did get some volume, and we're just going to talk about looking at the result. We got 5, 10, 15, going on 20 minutes of not even being able to get out of that range. So, in my opinion, we're still in this low probability prediction type of market for the time being. Gold. Do I have it here? I think so. What other ones do I have? You said you're short on gold 166 something rather. At the top of the range from the first hour in London, oh gosh, drums. I will tell you. Thanks for asking. What would I be doing here? Yes. This is correlating with other things where this is a bearish environment here as well. No reason to be buying. So at least number one, yes, you're going in the right direction. As far as the timing of it, again, we're just sort of in this whatever market right now. And as was pointed out earlier, you nailed it, Mr. Mark. There's so much news coming up that we're just kind of waiting. And I don't see, for me personally, any clear reason to be jumping in short here. Generally, this is correlating with, so, and the same deal with other things. Just kind of hanging around. But generally bearish at the moment, yeah. Drums, oh my gosh. I was so rusty. So I'm getting back to, yeah. I got a recording studio. I play multiple instruments. But yeah, thanks for asking. It's tough. Not that I can't do it. I'm just so rusty. That's all. Drummers know if you don't play for 6 months, 8 months, you come back like all over the place. So that's all. I got to get back. Got to get back into it. I actually recorded because I do also recording work with people that I choose to work with that are nice. And I'm recording this song. I got to do all the instruments myself. I got to start with drums. Normally I just did this last week. Normally it would take me 2 or 3 hours to do this drum take. I knew the song, which just maybe work out some things. It took me 2 nights. I'm listening back, right? I'm playing with the metronome, and I'm listening back like, really? Oh my God. Like, it's so physical. All I've been doing for 6 months is resting. But, I must have done 20, 30 takes of the song and then taken the best parts, put them together, and then time correct it when I should have just nailed the take in a couple of hours normally. So that's how off I am. God, it's terrible. But doing all those takes helped get me back when I was playing with the metronome. Drums is probably the most extreme instrument where if you don't play for a while, you're just going to suck because the physicality of it, the coordination of different limbs doing different things is just going to go away if you don't keep doing it. And I'm one of those, I need metronome practice. Some people just have freaking amazing timing. It's just how they are. I'm not. Let me do 20 minutes of a metronome before I jam. It helps. That's me. So yeah, I was all over the place. God, it was horrible. I haven't been that bad at drums since I was like 12. Anyway, we're looking for opportunities. Thanks for attending the stream. We're looking at a sideways market. We're looking at things a little bit slow. Got out of our earlier trade break even. That was the end result of the 2 trades. That was the pound trade I've been doing live. We started last week. And I was going to look for more stuff. Again, the general analysis is I'm looking to short up moves and weakness. If that's the bullseye trade of the day, if that shows up. I mean, things could change. We could drop and see, climactic strength, and then we're looking to buy. But that's the background. We're in a downtrend with no huge demand coming in. We want to go with that. Up moves and weakness, and that could happen here. We got some levels marked. We'll see if we can start moving. Besides that, looking for scalps. Again, this is just not the condition for it at the moment. We've just been in the same price range for hours. But yeah, thank God I can still actually play, and I have a bit of pain and I just fight through it, and it's really fine. Because who knows what was going to be the outcome of that situation. I thought it was over. The life of an elderly man. So thank God I'm fine. I'll get back. Any news coming up? There isn't, right? Oh my God. What a slow time we have here. All right, but we're hanging out. If the market wakes up, we'll see what the hell's going on. So, what's the plan? Plan is I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and hopefully this market will wake up and we'll see what's going on. I'm going to put my Be Right back. All right, we're here. We are here. Let's see what we get today. We'll be around for a little while longer. Back in 5 minutes. Thanks for attending. Thanks for hanging out. This is one boring ass market. That's all right. When your boss tells you don't do anything, chill out. Could have worse problems. If I may ask, I'm back. If I may ask, what is your background on trading? Did you learn by yourself? Did you made courses? Sorry, no, your English is fine, and I know exactly what you're asking. How the hell do you know anything? Well, I'll tell you. No, I started off like everybody else, just trying to figure things out and losing money. It goes back to like 2003, where I got my first account. Blew it a couple of times. And I just like to tell the story. So then I was taking demo trades, not wanting to blow my account again. It was a $350 account. That was the minimum deposit in 2003 with this broker, $350. Blew it a couple of times. Then I left my demo trade running. I had taken a trade. I remember it was the pound. This is 2003. I think it was the pound dollar. It was definitely the pound. Forgot about it, whatever. Hanging out with my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife. I opened that demo up, and there was a huge amount of profit. And I'm looking at this thing going, really? It's like $3,000 profit on the demo. I'm like, really? Maybe I should take another look at this. Anyway, it's just funny because if that trade was in the red, who knows? Probably would end up doing it anyway. But to actually answer your question, no, I learned by myself. I'll tell you the short version of the story. I'll really try to tell you the short version. So that was 2003. By 2005-ish, things were popping up online. Because like in 2003, I remember Google searching, Yahoo searching, and not being able to find any help online. As far as trading rooms, forums, zero. And then Baby Pips and Forex Factory popped up. So, of course, everybody's, hey. And then, everybody's indicator crazy. Nobody knows what they're doing. I'm trying to make a long story short. I was losing money like everybody else. Then I started to become at least break even, maybe, more or less. And then in 2007 came the VSA video that I saw. Oh, what's this? And then the Wyckoff stuff, which I had already observed on my own, right? And then, this guy has names for these patterns. And then my last actual job was in 2008 or 9. And I'm like, all right, I'm doing this. And, but it's self-taught, but it's not like it's kind of all roads lead to the same thing if you really know how to trade right. Wherever you learn it, you learn it. As far as, just being able to read facts on a chart. So I got there one way or another. Took a lot of time. And the way I trade using volume is not quite what is taught with the trade guide or stuff. Obviously, the basic principles are, yes, that. But yeah, there are certain things that I do a little differently. I like low volume breakouts. I'm not sure if that's a thing. Whatever. Some of the master of the market stuff seemed a little contradictory to me, and I just worked some things out over the years and years of screen time. And like I always say, my wife luckily said, do it. However long it takes, do it. I'm like, well, all right, I will. She didn't say, you're on the chart all weekend. No. She was like, do it. I'm like, I will. So that's my story. But now you guys are lucky if you're getting into trading now. Those of you who are fairly new into trading is like 1 to 2 years. You're still new. Luckily for those people, you have much better resources and information than I had. And you have me, which I didn't have. And like I was saying before, let's see if we get out of this range, start doing something. It's cool how traders have taken the best information, the Wyckoff, VSA, what are the market makers doing, where's the liquidity, stop hunts, whatever, this, that, and the other, candle patterns, right? And just put it all together and say, I'm a trader and I know all of this. I'm not a Wyckoff trader or this or that type of trader. It's just I know how to read a chart. Right, that's kind of becoming the thing now. Finally, it took long enough, but I'm seeing that. Bill, Your videos have helped a lot. Thanks for sharing. Not very welcome. But that's my story. My last job, because I'm a musician. What am I gonna pay the bills? Good one. My last job was food catering, delivering food, and I got fired. I couldn't even do that. I've told all these stories before. Yes, VSA for the win. And when the guy fired me, I completely agreed with him firing me. There was no resistance whatsoever. I'm like, you're right. That's why you're the boss. Get me out of here. I could tell he didn't know how I was going to react. I can imagine those people being, what? You can't fire me? He was like looking at me like, not sure what I was going to do. I shook his hand. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, it's fine. And he kept explaining. I'm like, no, it's good. You're good. It's all good. I'm out. But what I was doing at the time was waking up at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. and putting on trades and then having to go to work at 7:30 or whatever and having to set my TP and then coming home and more times than not getting profit. Like, all right, I know what I'm doing now. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Supposed to be trading here. So Eurodollar's been in this range for 4 hours. It's not as big as it looks. This is a 1 minute chart, a 5 minute chart. Pound broke out, came back. Maybe it wants to go. See, that's what I was saying on these trades, right? We took this long. Again, that's a separate test on management of the trade. We know that much more times than not, it's going to go into profit pretty quick. You could back test. I've shown it twice. But then the question is, how do you manage the trade? And maybe you can get away with a set forget target. Maybe this thing will run off. It wouldn't have. Well, actually, this would have hit my stop, I think, right there anyway. But you get my point. But for now, I'm managing it based on what I'm seeing. And today, come out break even instead of a loss because the chart warned me with bearish information. And that's fine. I'm not going to worry about missing the up move or something. I'm not going to be like Eddie and buy now, right? Eddie got wiped out. He's going to buy here probably. Anyway. Did market change in the last 20 years? Give me 1 second. Yes, I will answer those questions. We'll keep chatting. Be right back. Yeah, that's true, Mark, right? I don't know, man. Some smarter people need to figure out how to manage this trade. There's something there. Did market change in the last 20 years? Like change in behavior or anything? Okay, first thing that pops into mind, I've already mentioned this before, but real quick. The London Open is completely different. It used to not be a spike in volume whatsoever. It used to be a slow build that took 30 minutes to get to the volume, the average volume of the session. It was like a 30-minute, give or take, build up in volume. This absolutely did not exist back in the day, the London Open volume spike. Market open spikes became a thing like in 2010 or something. I don't know. That wasn't there before. That might have to do with orders that are sitting to get in, waiting to get in. Maybe it's all the people trading things from home on their phone, and the computers are able to put in all these orders that they expect to get filled at market open, whatever it is. So there's that. Likely that's the case. What else? Can't think of anything else that's changed. No. It shouldn't, right? Some things never change. The market forces don't change. But considering that London Open thing, now I don't think the trade that I'm taking now would have worked before. It's based off of high activity at the market open and the result of that activity. It only took me like 12 years to catch on that could actually be a trade, but it did. But yeah, Mark, like you're saying, your original stop below recent level wouldn't have been hit. That is true. And it was kind of a big pip count, but maybe that's fine. It's all about position size and risk. So, right. True. New bank algos. Okay, technically, yep. And I'm sure there's differences, but you know how it is. Things change so slowly over time. If I was looking at a chart right now from 2008, I'd probably be like, whoa, this is different. Feels different, acts different. I don't know. So yeah, it's hard to really know. I'm sure it's probably more different than I think. It's just such a slow morphing over time. One thing you could test, break is trade into 3. Yeah. That's an idea. Enter a third of the position and see how it behaves. I could end up with an improved price to add. I could end up with bad information to close for a tiny loss. Right. I do notice a good amount of time that it does go directly into profit, and that would not give me an opportunity to add. So I'd end up with winners that are a third of position and then losses that are maybe 2 or 3 times as big, you know what I'm saying? Position size wise. So that, but I see what you mean about scaling in. Gives, yeah, more flexibility. Gives a statistical edge you found trying to mimic the algos that are in and out in parcel. Yeah. So I'd be accumulating positions, right? On this particular trade, though, I don't know if there's time for that. I don't know if it works like that, you know? This is like the result of that earlier activity and the imbalance showing up. So I'm not sure it's not like it's building a position at that time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm not against that type of entering. I'm not sure it applies here. But yeah, there's some merit to that type of entry sometimes. I mean, trend trading certainly. You know, you get in a pullback and you put half your position, and then it, you know, at a 50 fib strength, and then it pulls back to 618 and gives you strength again, and you add to that, and that stop loss on that second position is small because you're there. If it goes below that, you shouldn't get it. You should get out, or above that, you should get out, right? There's definitely, you know, some logic to doing that sometimes, yeah. Yeah, true. I guess I could have added. At a demand level. I'm trying to think what I'd do in real time. This flat volume stuff, I don't know. Today is just weird. The behavior's a bit weird. But yeah, that's something to consider. And we'll keep testing. Low volume says no interest in lower prices. I don't trust that much, that particular situation. I rather see demand at lower prices. I feel like that's higher probability. That's just me. I get what you're saying, though. Because it's weird. Like, lower prices can show you strength on high volume, bullish. Lower prices can show you low volume, bullish, because nobody wants to sell. So high volume and low volume both bullish. That's where I ventured off into my own logic. So I don't really trust low volume tests of, support as being a bullish reaction. I think it's much more trustworthy to get that spike, that shakeout, the spring, those things. Kick out Eddie. Yeah, I mean, you can make a case for it, and maybe the differences in how you trade and I trade will have gotten you that. I don't think I would have done that, though, in this case. But shit, if you improve your position, then you're looking at more profit now, and you're doing something right. If they're showing no demand on supply, wait for the change in behavior. Yeah, well, that's there too. Yep. But I like testing for supply on up moves and testing for demand on down moves, not the other way around. To me, they can't be interchangeable. That's when my brain hurts, and it's contradictory. I think maybe they both have merit, but maybe what I'm talking about is more reliable because we're following high volume. Low volume could mean anything. Could mean nobody freaking cares. Could mean, I don't know. But certainly what you're saying is more the traditional way to do it, But that's how that's how I clarified things when they can mean two things. And one guy says low volume means lack of demand. One guy says low volume means lack of sellers. And so they're talking about, it gets all weird. Anyway, what are we doing here? Chances euro dollar will go down for a sell. Well, I'd be looking to, if maybe that's what you mean, I'd be looking to sell on the dollar pairs on an up move and weakness today. So as far as any sell trade, scalps aside, different other methods aside, but my main method, or as I see the VSA situation today, is the trend is clear. There's not enough strength to consider buying by any means. Your direction is down, and to get weakness on up moves, from a 1 hour point of view, to see some volume increasing. But when I'm going with the trend, I can trust smaller time frames. They just really need to give me those spikes in volume to show selling coming in, weakness, and of course, not in a random spot. It could be a fake break. It could be in the fib zone, 618 overshoot. You could see selling on the way up, and then the no demand, and you get in. That sort of stuff is the traditional stuff here. If I was looking to sell, that would be the best way today. It could be that U.S. dollar strength continues today. More likely than anything else, right? As long as we start really moving. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, those are the best. Of course, you have the imbalance and then the change in behavior. Yep, exactly. That's when it's like so confident on that trade. Yeah, weakness in the background on higher time frames. True. Yeah, should really be strength up trend in the background on higher time frame. Fair point. Right. Yeah. It depends. The rule I ended up making is if I'm going with the trend, which in this case would be selling today, I don't care what the 1 hour says. I'm looking for, the deal. If I'm reversing, if I'm buying today, I want to see the 1 hour close well off the low, off of some climactic volume, right before I even think about buying. Yeah, that's pretty traditional, I think. I didn't make that up. Nice discussions today. More good educational material on the YouTubes. 3.5 hours I've been here? Oh my God. I'm supposed to be doing other things. And the market's all slow. All right, we're out here. How about I enter a random position, I flip a coin, I'll do it on the euro dollar, and then I'll manage it. That'll be the challenge. What do you do now? How do you get out of this thing and make some money? Or not lose any? That'd be a fun thing to do. How about we trade off of the indicators? But we do it at the craziest times when price is pulling back against them. Oh, maybe it's not so crazy. Let's see what it wants to do here. Again, the easy one is we pop up, we hit weakness, and we get short with the trend. Weakness, lack of demand. Could very much happen today. On the time frame, you're looking at strength in the background, and we hit Eddie stop. We had to jump up. Yeah. It's interesting because we hit that so we could get up there with more. All right, I'll take that off your hands just so we could get up here. Now he's chasing the breakout. There you go. Now he's chasing the breakout. And all that chasing is going to help them just sell the crap out of it right into that. Come down, hit the stop. More goes. They end up selling off. That helps their shorts. Yeah, that's the game. We'll see. Could get easily the highest volume since London Open right here on a rejection, right? And everything is going according to plan. Now he's going to try to short again, huh? Oh, after, yes. Eddie. Now he's going to try and short again. Oh, shorting here? Oh, no, not yet. I think they're chasing the breakout first right now. I just want to look at the pound pairs go without me. That's life. Oh, the volume's starting to creep up. 1 minute. It says that 1 minute candle is no bigger than any other, so to speak. It's very average, but the volume is high. So there's your mix of buying and selling right there. Well, somebody's handing it off to somebody. About 10 pips higher, we really get into the zone where sellers could show up, continue the trend. Poor Ed. That's funny. Again, the initial analysis going back, right? Sometimes simple is what it is. You go back, rewind the tape. Say, all right, so what's going on? Well, first question is, to quote myself, where are the stop losses? Oh, they're here. Because we moved up for a few hours. Stop losses are here. Let's get them and continue up. Yep. If you're not thinking about where the stop losses are from the weak traders, then you're not totally getting the situation. It's just part of it. It's not an evil scheme. Well, it's a little evil, but I don't know what you gonna do. All is fair in trading, business. It's just business, Eddie. You know, if you think a trend isn't over, if the chart is telling you there's nothing wrong with this trend, it's not over, I think that's when it maybe a good time to do the scaling in. As far as that we were talking about before. It's not something I do on my main trading, but for example, just to talk about it, as we come up here to do off of weakness, off of, not randomly, build up short positions. And then some of the later ones you get could be really good risk reward. That's the thing. Because at what point would I say this thing is probably not coming down anytime soon? If it gets through this zone without weakness, then maybe going back to resistance. We don't run into sellers here. And that's basically here. If we get past 618, then we're probably going to the next fib. And I would cut the trade. So some of those positions could get in really good risk reward. And if it never gets there, you get some in earlier. If it does, you're able to build up some really good risk reward, where if you're getting in here and your stop loss is, let's say, at 70 and you got in at, it's like a 12, 15 pip stop on those positions, that really on a trend trade, you should be at least targeting didn't that just disappear? Should be at least targeting as a main target back to the low of that trend, if not another leg down, but that's another story if it wants to do that. You see when it gets there. But on a retracement going back to the low, that's a ridiculous risk reward, right? Very good one. I got to redraw my fib. What else is going on up here? So these couple of touches obviously create a resistance on top of the fact that it's a 50 fib. So we'll find out about sell activity if we touch here. That's going to be very telling. Do these sellers want to start selling here, get in with this downtrend on the retracement? That's when the really good answer starts to come. So that's like 7 pips away. We'll see. Another observation from backtesting IB. Sorry, bar holds on the last. Often it's the low of the session if it has a reaction off a low at that time. Yeah. Good risk reward. Yeah. Notice how dumb money tried to short the double top too. Now we were running their stops. I don't know why I laugh every time I think about it. It's just terrible. It's not funny. It's just business. Yeah. I swear I'm telling you, these buyers will pause and actually give them an opportunity to do it. Like, why did they wait? Why did they wait? So whoever wants to sell here, feel free. And then their stops are here. Yeah, we were the dumb money once. So yeah, we were Eddie. No longer. You get to the point where when you're able to read the stuff we're talking about, it's actually hard to lose money unless you do something wrong. You really do something wrong. You're informed enough where at least it's just impossible unless you're doing something wrong and you know it. You know? They didn't want retail on the buy. Yeah, it seemed that way. They don't want them on anything. All right. This is our first real, well, we did have a bit of business volume in a bit on and up move that did stop the progress. Ooh, we got a high of the session. Fake break. Noise. So what's up here? Everybody knows this now, right? Starting to get it? The stops on the shorts. I wonder how many shorts there are. Oh yeah, a lot. But that's the high of today's session. So obviously there's stops right above it. There's also people taking a breakout, likely in the wrong direction, if that's going to be the case of weakness coming in here. That's not a lot of volume on a 5-minute chart, though, to say, okay, we've hit this overwhelming supply, followed up by a lack of demand, and we're going to go now with our trend. That's not that exciting, volume-wise. It's not insignificant. It does say selling is interested. The next one closed, basically. We're at the same close. We couldn't make any progress up, and now we're seeing a result down. So it's confirming weakness. Not huge volume. We could say the higher the volume, the better, as far as a sign of weakness. So what does that tell you? Yeah, it's not that great. But maybe they'll build up short positions into up moves. We'll see selling into up moves. But there's something to be said talking about scalping for a second while we sit here and wait. Because again, this is like I call it the bullseye trade. It's just looking for this weakness and looking to go short today, and it could happen in 3 hours, whatever. Scalping, we finally got out of this range, which I wanted to see happen first, and this dying volume stuff. So we'll see. What was I going to say now? So yeah, there's something to be said about, and you could just look at the chart and see it. Okay, if you're using these indicator colors to tell you what direction to scalp in, at a glance you're like, hey, they look pretty good. They look pretty good. But then there's going to be the bad ones. There's going to be the shit. There's going to be a bunch of wrong ones in a row, right? Damn indicators, right? And then you trash them. You try another one, right? No. So it's just a suggestion. You got to take it in context of what's going on. It's a suggestion, but the chart can tell you otherwise, or it could tell you yes. So, but it kind of, you can see, obviously, it's just simply picking up on momentum. Again, these are just fancy MACD and RSI. It's nothing. I think when the RSI crosses 50 or whatever, or comes from oversold, right, it goes green, whatever. They're all the same. They're oscillators. But here's where you get wrecked, right? So you buy here. You sell maybe here, right? You buy here. Oh, you got lucky on something. All right, you get wrecked on some of these ranges. There's a buy. Well, not all of them. 2 of them, a couple of them. But if you take into consideration like this as a reference point, as a suggestion of direction when you're scalping, and then consider what the chart is saying based on volume, based on price structure, based on where are the stops, right? And then it can all agree. Or you could say, no, I'm definitely not selling on this or buying on this one. I'm waiting for everything to realign in the direction that everything is suggesting for the most part, overwhelmingly. So that's kind of the approach to the scalp. And again, it's funny how you see on a 1-minute chart, just it comes and goes, the Wyckoff patterns and everything that you could see on a daily chart. All the usual, it's like fractal, right? Same patterns within patterns within patterns. This looks like a 1-hour chart right here. 30-minute chart, could be. And with those, it's like, 10 pip stop, 7 pip stop kind of stuff I'm doing. But applying that now as we sit and wait. Okay, this is suggesting everything's looking quite bullish on these indicators there. That's a green color. But what is the chart saying? Oh, higher highs and higher lows. Oh, awesome, right? But the highest volume we've seen in hours is selling. So that makes me go, if I'm trading with indicators, so to speak, I want them to go red. And if sellers are active here, I like to mark the close to the other side of it. Active here. Well, they weren't so active on the second try. Maybe they'll be active again. Maybe they won't. Maybe they want higher prices and they're going to be active here. But they did show up to some extent. And again, on this one, that's just, an average size candle with just way too much volume to say, a bit more aggressive buying than selling. It's a mix. This guy, on the other hand, is widespread on low, medium volume. What does that mean? Only one explanation, right, for that kind of bar. Obviously, there's more market order aggressive buying than selling for a bar to move up. But why the low volume? It must be extreme lack of sellers at that point, at that moment. Just reading what the chart says. Why would the candle be so wide and make such good progress and close at the high? On average volume. It wasn't a ton of buyers. It was actually the lack of sellers. Lack of sell orders that it hit here. Has to be, right? It's the only logical explanation. But then they started coming in here. So, okay, whatever. That's just the story. They're probably selling into up moves. That's not a surprise. Positioning for the trend. So, I'm describing what seems to be factual. When it all aligns to your liking, you do what you got to do. Do you think using round numbers? Yeah, I kind of forget about round numbers. Some people like them. Maybe there's something to it. Round numbers on charts, particularly in cryptos, Bitcoin, round numbers seem to really matter, of course. Here I tend to ignore them. It's a passing thought, But there's probably something to it. People like round numbers. Obviously, psychologically, it's numbers people are looking at in mass. To read the rest, I tend to answer before I read the whole question. Do you think using round numbers, lines on a chart are useful? Okay. Or support resistance more? Okay, so there you go. What kind of volume? You can use the regular volume indicator. You can use FXCM, just because I don't know how great this one or that one is. But if you get it right here, as I'm pointing to, the FXCM feed in TradingView. Of course, TradingView, if you don't have, you could do the free. You just got to deal with pop-up ads. And you can use the regular volume indicator. I've never found a volume indicator that gives signals that are good. It's really a bunch of nonsense down there. Better volume, right? All those. Churn. What's churn again? Actually, churn is a thing. So yeah, regular volume indicator. This one just has colors because don't need them. But all this is doing, this volume indicator, is the red means high volumes into an up move, potential selling, right? Whatever. Increased volume on a down move, potential buying. So I have them colored. This is actually the opposite of the way this volume indicator was made. I reversed it because a lot of volume indicators are going to show you, it's green, it's bullish or something because the candle went up. And the first thing you learn in VSA is you're going to be told about sellers on these up moves. Switch that around. But in the end, of course, you could just use a regular volume indicator. Good old standard one. It's a fact that a lot of retail traders place their TPs and stop loss around numbers. Yeah. My broker friend confirmed this to me. Okay. He's got the inside scoop. So there you go. The retail trader and the round numbers, yeah. Good to say your orders a little bit before, after. Yeah, I've heard Gavin talk about that too, yeah. As far as your orders, yeah. Yeah, just another little piece of information to tell you what people are thinking and doing, yeah. So like I said, as far as scalping, which is the one thing to talk about, I guess while we wait for the bullseye trade or the test trade we did earlier is done. There is my scalp method on the 5-minute, but that doesn't apply to ranging conditions, and we just got out of it. So we'll see. You backtested the whole number thing? Yeah. No, I believe it. Yeah, maybe I should give a little more thought to that. Like you said, to know what other people are thinking, where they're positioning their stops are, I guess. See what happens when price gets there, kind of thing. Just misses. Oh. There's also spread. So it depends. So it may hit for some and miss for others. Ooh, that's interesting. Right? It helped you? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. Good one. So here we may come down, and again, talking about like how are these indicators useful at all, right? It's all your other analysis, and that too, but you don't even need them anyway. So as I was saying before, like this is all green, 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 right? I should be going long, maybe, right? But pointing out the weakness. And if I was going to be listening to these indicators, I'd rather them be red if I have weakness in the background. And maybe they're turning red now. There you go. What does it tell me? I don't know. Momentum, it's oscillation, whatever it's doing. I mean, I could see something just happened here. I don't really need them. I'm just completely trolling you on this indicator shit. Fuck, man, I put him on the chart. I take him off the chart. I put him back. What the fuck is he doing? I made a YouTube video, how to use indicators. And the point of the whole video was don't use indicators. But if you want, you could do this and that. But don't. But you could do, but don't. And then put them on and then don't use them. And maybe it's to see what everyone else is seeing. What does Eddie's stochastic say right now? Let's see. I heard today somebody said RSI stock. That was all invented in like the 60s and 70s before you had computers and this whole thing we're doing. And trading from home and getting this information in real time off of small time frames. And then it was just a holdover, it was just a carryover. Once people started trading and MT4 and all these things came about, it's like, well, that's what people use. But, I mean, that stuff could be calculated by hand off a daily chart. Just do the math. Not the level of math I'd like to be doing. Fucking RSI equation on every bar. It's probably not even that complicated. But yeah, that's what I heard today. It's just a carryover from the old days, the olden days. I also heard the inventor of the RSI was never profitable. He lost money trading, and that's it. Who knows if it's true? Well, if that's the weakness to tell me it's time to get back with the trend, that's it. I guess. I'm making it look better than it is. Let's go to the 5-minute chart at least. There. Stuck in a range, stuck in a range. We got that. Fake breakout, weakness. See, this is the real zone that I like to get the trades. If I was going to go in earlier, man, I got to be convinced. We'll see. We'll see about everybody else. This fake break of the high of the day. Stop being lazy and draw my fibs. Love the fib zone. Love it. It's funny how the 50 fib today is lining up with resistances that existed before the fib was even completed the move. But to me, that's just the obvious swing. I mean, there are other places you could draw it from. I could draw it here, but that would already be passing the 618. I could draw it here, but that's the higher that day. And after this sort of consolidation, the top to bottom of the move itself, I'm liking that. But they're not. Sometimes you have multiple fibs that are valid. You just layer them up. All you get is boxes. You don't have those annoying lines all over the chart if you do it like that. We don't need the other levels. Whatever. This is not invalid to draw it from here. Right? And that would give you a higher area. And if we go up there, I'll draw it. Yeah. But we got a couple of them here. There's that one, right? Didn't quite get there. That's where I like to see him. We're here. Back into the range. It's just a terrible story to be stuck in a range, get sort of a lackluster sign of weakness. And then you're selling into this area. You know, when it comes to what's to the left when you're getting into a trade, I'm just talking, this may drop, is areas of whatever you want to call this, consolidation, tend to do that again. Areas that are this stuff, the opposite, right? This, call that what you want, tend to have price move through it faster. There it is right there. You may have noticed that. You may have learned that already. Right? So if you see this to your left and you're buying, there's a better chance it's going to go and go quickly because that's what's to your left in the price area. Here is the opposite. If you're selling here, you have chop to the left, and it's like more likely to chop. It could do whatever it wants, but probability-wise, right? And some of you know this stuff, I'm sure. I've heard of that before. But that's something to remember on entries. I would want to enter if we could get one more push up. I'm talking about the ideal trade here, the bullseye. One more push up, and then all of this stuff below it, you have some room where you're not hitting consolidation until you're up 40 pips or whatever, whatever. It's just something to consider and mention about how things behave. I've seen somebody scalping that in particular, right? So you have an area like this, and then once it breaks out of the range, you take the long as it clears through there. This is like also, the people who do that. They use market profile and point of control and VWAP and those guys. Back to the chat. Mr. Mark, yes. Of course, indicators are lagging. They do what they do. There's no magic. They always look great in hindsight. Yep. Yeah. I'm the anti-indicator guy. So we agree, of course. Yeah, even the VSA stuff, they say wait for the diamonds. Diamonds have to change color. Welcome to this very special webinar. I don't even want to trade before the diamonds change color. That's fine with me, 1 minute RSI can be good for scalping entries, but only meant to be used in ranging market. People forget that. Is the RSI meant for a ranging market? Yeah, I guess so, right? Buy the low, sell the high. I mean, you could do that without, you don't need the RSI for that. No. It's like lifestyles of the rich and famous. I think we'll just enter some random scalps, and then the fun will be in managing. But yeah, for the bullseye trade, as I'm calling it now, I guess, one more push up into these zones and weakness. This is a good start. We didn't quite get there. I would imagine there's a ton of selling that's going to hit here. One would think. It's nice to hit the stops of all these shorts, right? All up in here. I mean, I'm not the only one thinking this right now, right? Yeah. So sometimes these things set up, sometimes they don't. It's nice to look for the ideal situation so that when it comes, you're like confident, yes, this is what I'm supposed to be doing today. This is a long stream. Sell scalps. That could be it. Is that the high? Are we done? I would expect more activity. I don't see any issue with this down move, though, wanting to stop either. Well, as far as a scalp trade, if I'm going bearish with that, I'd wait for an up move. I'm not. I wouldn't be entering short here. Bathroom break. I guess I'll do the be right back again. This time it's be right back. Every time it's different. Okay. Is it big? It's big. Okay. All right. What time is it? Wow. Four-hour stream. It's crazy. It felt like an hour, 2 hours. So like I said, today would be nice to get one more pop-up, get some good weakness, go for the short on the trend. And if you look at it It's really not too much to ask for a proper retracement. Weakness. And that is very often the pattern. Again, the stops are up here, all these shorts. Fib retracement from just here, which is really the soonest fib you could draw anyway. So, really not too much to ask, I think. And of course, you can get there and not show weakness and not set up. But, I don't know, just to be said, we got to see, make sure. But that would be nice. That would be typical. If not, if we just start trending down from here, my option is to look for my scalp entries short. If it's really like, okay, this is bearish now, says the chart, you know. So that's my plan. Good morning, good morning. Anthony, been a while. Unless you were here last stream, I don't know. You already been here 4 hours. Some people are getting on now for New York session. Like, wow, he's actually streaming now. He's back. So, yeah, like I said, or maybe nobody cares, that's fine too. So for now, ideally we get our one more pop-up weakness. That is the trade of the day as far as something really clean. Otherwise, I'll see. Being back into this range is not my favorite thing to do here. This guy's been moving, huh? These old lines. You watched it after? Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, today we took the trade again, and the result I had was break even. Some profit on one, and then the other I closed early. I didn't let it go to the stop. Anyway, you could go back and watch it. So yeah, that's the result for today on that trade. It's break even. Now, if you just set and forget, yeah, it would have went. And you know, there's the option of how to manage it and working that out. Long story short, you know, I've been saying it gets you into profit, and there is an edge to it. Management, not sure. Set and forget, that would have worked out today. That would have worked out Thursday even better than that winning result then too, if I set and forget. Maybe that's the way to go. That's weird for me because I manage based on a chart. So, but the entry for today on that trade was here to go long. And if you put your stop beneath the previous 5-minute swing, you're here. So that never got hit, and that's nice profit. Whatever that is there, 50 pips on GU. But anyway, yeah, that's there. Again, that's the second test. And today, downtrend, I'm looking for a pop-up into the usual type of zone. Pattern situation and weakness to go short. Is that churn? So yeah, I mean it's nothing crazy, but a bit of increase in volume without any result. So we have some mixed buying and selling. We'll see the result sooner or later. But that gives me a little more hope right there that we are going to get to that better sell spot. Because if you're going sideways and volume increases, there must be some buying increasing. Oh, okay, good. Because we want to go up. We'll see the result. Of course, that's the 1 minute chart. So we'll see where we end up going. Yeah, something new in the toolbox. Exactly. The thing is, a lot of my trade setups I normally take are not going to set up till a little later. I hate the first hour of London Open. Like, that initial bang and activity and stuff. I don't touch that. So there's always this bit of wait. Now it's like, okay, it's only an hour in and I could potentially get an entry. It's cool, the timing. 9 times out of 10, it does set up. Most days it does. Or whatever, 8 times out of 10, it will set up to get something. And so far, the win rate is good. So yeah, it's that along with everything else. Once I settle, I guess, a bit more on trade management, then I'll be doing it for real. What does this want to do here off of this? At least a bit of volume. Trying to get a result. It's just going to stay flat and the volume will drop. Ugh. 1 minute chart. Yeah, it takes a few extra bars. How much weakness showed up on the 5 minute? It's so average. It's like high enough volume on that to say there's some confirmed weakness for sure to consider, but it's not so high where you'd want to be going short. Maybe you would. I'll get you some more. But as far as scalp entries, right? Like my regular 5 minute. If we're actually getting out of this range, I guess we're doing it. Trying. And we're seeing higher highs, higher lows on the 5 minute. We're pulling back and looking for the entry. I wouldn't want to be buying into that. Off a scalp entry there. And also, is this thing just going to be going back into the old range again? Fake break pattern is bearish. Then I'd be buying. So that doesn't match up. Fake break pattern. Doesn't quite align for the long scalp. How do you handle if this new setup contradicts your bigger buys for the day? So far, I've been blindly testing it like I know nothing else. It's fine. It's fine. Because if, again, like today, for example, if we're in a downtrend and looking to short, right? The trade that set up was the long. It was like, okay, fine, we're gonna catch the ride up, hopefully to hit the weakness to get the short. It seems to be fitting into things just fine. It's all part of the plan. So yeah, to put it another way, like yeah, trading against the background, trading against the direction I would even go in. Yep. On top of getting into trades in price areas I would never touch. Like going long here at the time, was it? Whatever it was like such a, I wouldn't take that. But yeah, it's all part of the plan, it seems. So here, like I point out, is really not a bad situation for the long scalp if you know my 5-minute scalp method. The only problem why I'm not taking it is this is what I'd be buying into. Not only is the weakness here, is that a fake break? Yeah, fake break pattern, right? Again, weakness, fake break. Two bearish things. And then also knowing up here is likely a sell zone. But that aside, just that, that's probably a little more likely to try to get there. But if this volume was not increased, it was, it's average or even low, then it would be a much better long entry, of course. Just get a quick scalp up to the high and see if it can break, manage it. A little stop. Plus, the indicators are green. Wait. So put them back on the chart. I'm trying to make people apply and remove indicators as many times as possible. Yeah, I kind of want the long scalp. I wish that selling wasn't there, number one. I wish the fake break wasn't there. And I wish this potential sell zone wasn't right above. That's kind of the case for everything we're correlating from the US dollar. What is this guy doing? Strong Australian dollar today. Okay. We weren't even looking at it. Seems to be less of an issue with weakness here relative to the others. What time of day was that? This trend does not look like it's over. Didn't even pull back to 14. Barely a break test. No weakness. Trend likely not over right here in the near term. Where is it going? Did I draw a fib on here? Yeah. We got a fib. We got the high of the session. Yeah, it's likely going to get there. What's my spread on this again? Dollar CAD 1 hour. I will guess before I click on it that it's the same thing in reverse. It's an uptrend, and I'd be looking for a down move in strength to buy. I am incorrect. Oh, I'm on the 1 minute chart. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, there it is. Like, what? What's going on in Canada? Oh. So as I said, uptrend. No reason to reverse weakness. Somewhat. It's good for a retracement. I'd be looking to buy it with this trend here. Yeah, just the same in reverse. It's all about the U.S. dollar and what it's doing. So unless the other currency is forget the yen, that's also strong. So they're a little competitive, but hey, still strong against that. The U.S. dollar strength is the story with every dollar pair. That's why we're bearish on these. I don't trade that pair very often unless it's something sort of really clean, maybe off of news or something has happened, but they're likely, we may have a situation where the others don't quite set up very well and the dollar CAD does. Yeah. But I rarely trade it. I pretty much stick to these. I like the US dollar driven moves. They're all likely to correlate. That's just reverse. Dollar Swiss reverse. Especially now we're getting into US session, US dollar rules. What's up with this guy? Be a little aggressive. It would be a little aggressive on the long scalp here. I kind of want to. I feel like it's going to that zone. Not too much weakness. It could do a little something. It's like I'm waiting to short. I'm waiting for it to pop up. I really want to scalp it on the way up. What if it drops from here? Yeah, I'll put a little something. I'll take a little long scalp. I could trade it on my side account and broadcast the trade in real time. See my account. Nah, it's not necessary. What time is it? Okay. Light news day is all coming up this week, so it looks like today is just a little dragging, just to all that stuff is coming. Calm before the storm. The news this week, but quiet today. Do a little scalpy scalp. Yeah, this thing's going to keep going, as I said. Really strong Australian dollar, not seeing weakness, which would be nice just to pop it up here and then get the heck out and see a weakness. Maybe I'll end the stream soon. Four-and-a-half-hour stream. Sheesh. So, yep, like I said, with this short that I've been talking about, ideally, if we get one more pop on these, there we go. We're getting there. Getting there. Higher volume, the better. But I'm going with the trend. I'm not worried about the 1 hour closing and all that. Let's see it on a 5-minute chart, whatever, small time frame, and get some weakness into these zones. The good old fib retracement on a lot of them. You got fake break patterns. You got stop losses. Kick out all these shorts. Blah, blah, blah. Business as usual. Sorry, Eddie. It's just business. Mark these levels. There's got stops right above them here. Right above here, which is right into our zone anyway. Right above that, right above that, right above that. Those are all the stops. Good spots to see the weakness and go with it. So again, that's the bullseye trade. If that sets up, I'll take on my main account and do my usual. And if not, you go with it. Maybe we drop and hit climactic strength. Probably not going to happen today. Who knows? Right? You just go with it. Again, maybe we move up and we just don't see weakness. It's just not happening, and we float on up to some resistance and maybe see it there and so on. So, of course, we have to confirm when we get there. So that's the main trade of the day, the stuff that's all on my YouTube channel and everything. All right. So I'll end the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I think there was a lot of good discussion, information in this stream. It's so long. If anyone sat through the whole thing, wow. Mark, I think you did it. And whoever's watching in the future. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. All right. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. I'll see. Try to live stream regularly. Yeah. Why not? I'm supposed to be doing some recording, though, this week and getting this song done. And I gotta... I will try, yeah. But now we know, like, that test trade definitely by then. So, like, you know, a little bit into London session. You could join the Discord if you're not in there. I can always let people know what's going on. But yeah, we'll do more. Very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. See you soon.